Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning. Had a few difficulties, but we got going. We're going. All right. It's you by yourself, Miss Mitchell?
No, Your Honor. ASG Dudley is on the line. I'm not sure if you've met him yet.
I met someone new, but don't hold to it. Well, I think I do. I remember.
And then Mr. Walker will be on with us as well.
Good. Okay. All right. Let's get started. Good morning, everyone. I am Judge Regina Mincy, and this is the state all-purpose calendar for Tuesday, August the 23rd, 2022. I want to first remind everyone that this whole entire proceeding is being live streamed and recorded. It will appear on YouTube as well as the court's website. I also want to remind you to govern yourselves accordingly because of that. There are two rights I want to inform the defendants about. The first right being that you have a right to counsel and representation. Most of you at this point on this calendar know who your attorneys are, and you will see them on the Zoom screen. The second instruction that I would like to give to the defendants is to remember you do have the right to remain silent. Anything that you say about the facts, the circumstances, and occurrences of your case can and will be held against you. The prosecutors are here and listening, so please defer to your attorney when they tell you when to speak and when not to speak. All right, we will get started. I do have one position in the courtroom this morning, and that is position 4. I do have the mother of the defendant, and she is in the courtroom on position 4. Ma'am, do you wish to address the court when we get to his case? You do? Okay. And she would like to address the court depending on, let's see what we're doing. That's a non-negotiated plea, I believe, on position 4. Is that still correct? It's Mr. Finley. Mr. Finley? And Ms. Mitchell, is that still a non-negotiated plea on position 4?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And as I stated, his mother is in the courtroom and would like to address the court, I assume, before we take that plea, maybe. I'm not sure. I have to see how appropriate it is because I don't get too many witnesses at the plea hearing. So we'll kind of see.
And Judge, I'll go ahead and tell you, I know usually the ASGs are pretty willing to work with the, it's a non-negotiated plea just for the fine. So I just wanted to get the fine converted to community service.
Okay. All right, we will get to 4. I don't want to get the jail out of order so they won't get me.
Okay.
So we'll go in the order that they are asking us to go. Who do we have first, deputies?
All right, number 10, Mr. Buford.
All right, this is position 10, case number 22CR005125G. Dante Buford, you're charged with 1 count of simple battery. The offense date is January the 28th, 2022. What do we have, Ms. Mitchell? Hello, everything okay on the court?
Your Honor, I believe position 10 is jail, jury, and arraignment. Only.
Okay, just plea and arraignment, okay.
I don't believe it is a plea. It's just
You all right, okay.
This is for
it's
number
not
10.
guilty.
Is that correct, Mr. Finley? This is just an arraignment?
For number 10, yes, Judge. Yeah, this is just an arraignment.
All right, and so, Mr. Buford, your case will be formally charged and arraigned today. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can hear me? Speak a little louder to make sure. And so again, I called your case. You're being charged with 1 count of simple battery. Do you want me to have the formal accusation read, or will you and your attorney waive the formal reading?
I'll waive that, Judge.
I'm sorry.
We'll waive that, Judge.
Okay, so we're going to waive the formal reading. And again, you have heard the rights that I have stated to you at the beginning, Mr. Buford, about your right to remain silent. And also, I'm going to let you know again, Mr. Buford, that you're being charged with 1 count of simple battery, and that has been formally accused by the Solicitor General's office. And if you are convicted of that crime, this charge carries a maximum sentence of 1 year in jail or a $1,000 fine for that charge. This case is going to be reset for a jury trial, and the trial will be scheduled by the state court division judge to whom this case is assigned as a further notice for trial. Again, make sure that Mr. Finley has any updated information for you if you were to make bond or if you are released. And again, a jury trial, at that jury trial, the state will have the burden to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt, and they will present their case, and Mr. Finley obviously will be representing you. So again, you have been formally noticed and charged with this case. Is there anything else that I need to address?
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. So you have been arraigned, Mr. Buford.
Thank you, John.
All right. Who do we have next, Deputy?
Good morning, Judge. This is going to be position number 39, Mr. Darrell Walton.
And Judge, that is going to be a non-negotiated plea. The jail time is at issue. And Mr. Walton is a Cobb County client. I don't know if they're on the line yet.
Cobb County on the line. Who's my Zoom person? Ms. Champion. Ms. Champion, do you see, well, I don't know how they sign in.
Is that him in courtroom 2?
Yes,
Oh.
he's in courtroom 2, Your Honor.
Okay, courtroom 2. I'm sorry. I have a lot of boxes and I'm looking. All right, this is case number 22 CR 001585A. Is it Darrell Walton? Sorry if I mispronounced your first name. You're being charged with 1 count of terroristic threats. And the offense date is August 12, 2001. And Mr. Dudley?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the offer? Or what is the plea?
The offer is going to be 12 months to serve with credit for time served, 159 days.
All right. And Ms. Helen, is that your understanding of the plea?
No, Judge, this is a non-negotiated plea. We're not accepting the state's offer, and we will be petitioning for time served and balance suspended, Judge.
All right, state. All right, Mr. Dudley, do you have any response to that on the non-negotiated, that the PD's office has stated that they want the balance suspended?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is going to stick with this recommended plea.
So yes, Judge, this is a non-negotiated plea. The state is recommending a full year to serve. I believe that's 180 days. Mr. Walton has served 159 days for this charge. So we are asking this court for time served, balance suspended, and for the 159 days that he has served to be enough time to resolve this case, Judge. I believe that there were some other charges attached to this case. He has resolved those charges in probation, Judge. This case was detached from those other charges, but the same incident basis, Judge. So that's why we're asking for time served, balance suspended. Yes, he has served those 159 days for this case, Judge.
All right, Mr. Dudley, what kind of history do we have or anything?
Your Honor, the defendant has a battery family violence in the second degree where he was guilty with the same victim on April 26th of 2021, that case number being 22SC182566. And based off his history with this victim, the state is deciding that he see the time through all the way through.
All right, so we have a 2021 conviction with the same victim. Do you know how many cycles he has overall?
I will find that, Your Honor.
Can I get pretrial to read his history, Judge?
Yes, pretrial, are you there?
He got 17 total.
17, okay.
Yeah, he got a battery DV and cruelty in the second conviction from this year. Case number is 22SC182566. He got an ag assault conviction from 2015 and another battery conviction from before 2015. And he got a lot of probation violations. That's it.
Okay, so that 4/26/2021, is that the same one that you're reading for the 22 conviction? It's a 21 case?
Thanks. So hold on. No, that's from March of this year, the 22 SC case.
Okay.
You said something about a 421?
4/26/21 is what Mr. Dudley read?
Is that the date of the warrant? I don't have
That's
that.
the incident. The case number is 22SC182566 for
Yeah,
battery
that was-
family violence.
Hold on.
Judge, I had.
Yeah, that is from the March arrest. Yes, March of this year arrest.
Okay, that's the same case.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I had, Judge, that he's on probation for that case. So it's with the same person. He has no contact with her. He has third-party visitation with the children. That case has been resolved. It is a felony probation. We would just like for this case to be resolved in the same manner. We are asking for time served, balance suspended, Judge.
I am concerned, has he done any FVIP at all in the past?
And Mr. Walton, have you done a family violence intervention program class?
Yes.
We can't hear you. Say it again.
Yes,
Did you complete it?
yes.
You remember when?
Like 2012 or something like that.
No, they're gonna want a new one, Mr. Walton. So they're asking if you've recently done a family violence intervention program. It's gonna be about 6 months of programs.
No, I haven't got out yet.
Okay, so no, Judge, he hasn't.
Okay. Counsel, I would add that to this plea and then tend to roll towards the credit for time served at the 159 days with the balance suspended, but the condition of completing an FVIP. What do you say to that, Mr. Dudley?
The state would be in agreement with that.
Okay.
And Mr. Walton, just want to make sure you understand it. The judge is asking and adding the 6-month family violence intervention program, okay? So you'll be on probation to complete that.
Right,
Is that something you agree to?
yes.
And Judge, since it is a probated sentence, we're asking for the probation fees to be waived, or at least the first 7 months. And then if the state is amenable, once the family violence intervention program is completed, if it can be non-reporting.
All right. All right, I will do that. I will waive 7 months of the fees. He can go non-reporting after he's completed the FVIP program.
Understood, Judge.
All right. So actually, if my math serves me right, he would only have approximately, what, 21 more days on the 180?
No, Judge, he'd have 31.
He's
He's done
31.
159.
That's what I say, correct my math.
So he definitely have over a month with the state's recommendation.
Okay, well, we'll definitely give him credit for time served, but he will be on probation until he completes the FVIP and then go non-reporting.
Understood, Judge.
Okay? Does everyone understand that? So I'm going to take your plea, Mr. Walton, and I'm going to need to swear you in and ask you a series of questions regarding this plea. Make sure you understand, okay? Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes,
Okay, you can put your hand down. And so you have heard us discuss this. Ms. Helen, do you consent to venue? Excuse me.
I do, Judge.
All right. And I'm sorry, venue, identity, and a factual basis.
I do, Your Honor.
Give me 1 second. All right. So, Mr. Walton, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions and I'll need you to answer for me. Are you under the influence presently of any medication, drugs, or alcohol?
no,
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
yes, I am.
Okay, do you understand that by pleading guilty today, you're giving up or waiving your right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes,
That you're giving up or waiving your right to remain silent and not testify against yourself? And that you're giving up or waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
yes,
And do you understand that by pleading guilty today, you are prepared to give up and waive these rights today?
yes,
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, I need to make sure that no one has promised you to receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
yes,
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
no,
All right, and has anyone told you that you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
no,
All right, and do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation could be revoked because of this guilty plea today?
excuse me?
Do you understand that if you're presently on probation, there's a possibility that it could be revoked because of your guilty plea today?
Oh, yes, I understand.
Okay, and do you understand, again, and offer this guilty plea freely, voluntarily, and with the full understanding of the charge that I have read against you?
Yes,
And as to that charge of terroristic threats, again, how do you plead?
guilty.
All right, I will accept this non-negotiated plea as we have agreed today, and you understand the conditions, excuse me, that I have added, and that is that you have to complete a 6-month family violence intervention program, and then you can go non-reporting. Again, the sentence is 12 months to serve, 180 days, but credit for time served at 159 days. Balance suspended after that. I'm sorry, no balance suspended. But then you will have 7 months of your probation fees waived and you will go non-reporting for the rest of the term of 12 months of probation once you complete that family intervention program.
Hey, Judge, I just want to correct that. You said serve 180 days. So if that was written on the plea, the jail will make him do the additional 31. So if we could do serve 159 days, credit for 159 days on the plea.
Right, let me make sure that that is clear. Thank you. That you are to serve 159 and credit for 159 days. We'll make sure that's on the order. She's fixing that. Thank you, Ms. Helen.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, we don't want any confusion at the jail. All right, any questions, Mr. Walter?
No, ma'am.
Okay, good. And you understand that what you have to do with your plea conditions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing further
Thank you.
from the state.
Thank you.
Next, Judge, we have position 21, Mr. Jones.
All right. And I have private attorney still. or no? All right, is this not, is this conflict or no? Is this you, Mr. Finley? It says private attorney, but
Yes, Judge. I had down that he's represented by Terrell Dark. So
okay.
yeah,
Mr.
calendar.
Dark?
Terrell Dark is a conflict
Conflict.
defender.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Oh, okay. Is he on?
No, ma'am, I didn't see that he had logged in at this time.
All right, go have a seat back.
I don't even think he still does conflict work.
No?
I don't
I
think
know
so.
I haven't seen him in a little while, but that doesn't
Yeah.
usually mean much, but, Mr. Finley, are you able to check on Miss Helen? Can we find out?
Come on, Mr. Howell. Where's Mr. Howell?
Okay, I'm calling Mr. Howard. Let's find out real quick what we have.
We got number 34 next, Mr. Hans.
Okay. We'll go to 34 while we're waiting.
And that's a non-negotiated plea, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, this is case number 22 CR 005299C.
I apologize, Judge. Don't want to interrupt you. Mr. Pons is position 34 and 35.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Pons, we have two cases. We're going to do the first one, which is the case ending in 5299C, wherein you're charged with one count of criminal trespass, damage to property, and a second charge of battery family violence with the offense date of February the 8th, 2022. And I understand that this is a non-negotiated plea. And we'll call this case first and do this one, and then we'll do the next one. All right, Mr. Dudley.
Your Honor, just to clarify, you said with the offense date of what again?
February the 8th for the
Yes.
first case.
And this is a non-negotiated plea, but the state's offer is going to be combining those two, of course, 24 months to serve. In the incident date of February 8th, 2022, at the location of 372 Amal Drive, the defendant went to the incident location and knocked on the door and asked to see his son. The victim, Kalila Fletcher, Khalleelah, who is the child's mother, answered the door and told him that the son was at school. She closed the door and then she locked it. The defendant then kicked open the door, entered the home, and began hitting Ms. Fletcher with a closed fist. Officer K. White, who was dispatched to the incident location, observed a laceration to her lip and that both her eyes were swollen. And he also observed that the door had been kicked in and damaged. The Grady unit came out to the scene to check and attend to Ms. Fletcher's wounds.
All right. And you all have offered 24 months to serve. Is that your offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Helen. Oh, you're on mute.
Yes, Judge, this is going to be a non-negotiated plea, also with position 35. We are asking for time served. Mr. Pons has been incarcerated since August the 9th. To be about 15 days. When I went down and spoke to him about these cases, I had to give him some information. Mr. Pons was not aware that all of those allegations were being made, but when I spoke to him, he understood that he wants to resolve these cases, Judge. He understands the seriousness of them. He understands that there is no contact with Ms. Fletcher. They do share a child, I believe, 2 children. There would be third-party visitation with those. And so that's what we're asking for today, Judge. We're asking for time served, the balance to be probated, and the conditions are, again, to stay away, third-party visitation with those children, because again, Judge, he would still like to have contact with his children. But Judge, we are asking for the time served on this. Again, I would also like pretrial to read his history.
All right, pretrial.
Well, he has an open case in Superior Court, 22 CP 205690. That's for cruelty in the first and battery DV. That's from January this year. He got 21 cycles in Georgia. He pled NOLO to battery in 2019. It's 19 CR 006 007Y. Burglary second degree conviction from 2018 out of Gwinnett. 2018 probation for battery. Simple battery DV conviction 2017. It's 17 CR 013 240E as in Edward. Okay, hold on. More probation violations 2014. He had a 2014 armed robbery arrest. Got a failure to appear from 2013. You want more, Judge? That's enough.
Nope, that's it. That's good. Thank you.
And so, Judge, I did hear his history. That case is still open. He is planning on fully fighting that case. And then I do hear the 2019 case. Judge, I don't know if that is going to be the same person. I don't recall if the state does have information about who that battery involves in 2019. That's why we're asking for time served in this case, Judge. Again, for it to be probated, a stay away, and then third-party visitation with the minor children that they do share. Mr. Pons is employed. He's a gainfully employed individual, has lost that employment due to incarceration, didn't even know about this warrant until he tried to enter a military base and they informed him of it, Judge. So again, he turned himself in immediately on that information. And so, Judge, again, we're asking for time served and that balance probated.
Your Honor, the state is adamant about his 24 months to serve. As pretrial has went over his history, there's also, we haven't gone over the facts of the case on the second case on the calendar as well, but that is again with the same victim, Ms. Kalila Fletcher, and the defendant has a simple battery family violence from 2017 with the same victim where he was found guilty. That case number is 17CR0132440E. Your Honor, the defendant has, as pretrial mentioned, an open battery family violence case, his second one, and cruelty to children. And that is again with the same victim. And then to state, the one on the open calendar is 4 months after the incidents that we're discussing today, Your Honor, with the same victim.
All right. I wanted to let me call that case as well, the 22 CR 005301C, position 35, again with one count of simple battery family violence, with that plea merging into position 34, and that offense date is June the 9th of 2022. Before I give my decision on the plea, let me call in that case as well. Anything else you need to add factually with that June 9th incident?
Yes, Your Honor, that incident took place at the same location, 372 Amal Drive Southwest, where the victim, Ms. Fletcher, was at the residence with her son and daughter. The defendant proceeded to enter the residence as the door was unlocked, and Ms. Fletcher asked the defendant to leave the residence. And as a result, he got upset. He then grabbed Ms. Fletcher's phone so that she couldn't call the police, and then proceeded to punch her in the face. She yelled out and told her daughter to call 911, at which point the defendant left the location. Your Honor, the state would like to reiterate that he's had an issue with this particular victim on numerous occasions. They do have a child together. And also, when we were speaking of the battery family violence second offense, he was actually out on a bond on January 10th of 2022 of $15,000 and proceeded to commit these batteries against the victim, Your Honor.
All right. Any response, Ms. Helen?
Yes, Judge. Again, I do see the offense date, February 8th, 2022, and also the June 9th, 2022. Judge, again, we are asking for time served with that balance probated for these two cases. I think it'll be an additional 165 days for Mr. Pons to serve with the state's recommendation. We do feel that's aggressive. So we are asking for time served with the balance probated.
Your Honor, sorry to chime in late. I just like to clarify. Position 35, it says that it merges. It actually would not be a merger. It would just be 12 months to run concurrent with position 34. And counsel is right. We are aggressive in our offer because, to be quite frank, the defendant has been quite aggressive with the victim, and it sounds like he has multiple cases, if not convictions, with the same victim. So that is correct. It is an aggressive offer, and we stand by it.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. All right, all right, I'm ready to rule. And again, Mr. Pons, we have two cases here. You're raising your hand. I think you need to tread light. I'm not sure that it is your time to speak. Your attorney will instruct you.
So, Mr. Pons, if you have any statements about the case, I suggest you not make those. Those will all be held against you. But if you have any legal topics you need me to call you or you need a breakout session for, we can do that. We can't hear you, 4 North. What do you need?
I just want to say, I'm willing to take the time, but I just want to get back to my job. And I was wondering, I'm willing to take the time, but I'm wondering, can I do it weekend just so I won't lose my job, just so I get back to the military base? I just want to get back to my job, to the military base. That's the only reason I turned myself in. I wonder, can I do weekend jails, and I would do the time like that.
Cannot order that. I do not have that kind of power control to tell the jail to let you serve weekends. Actually, they don't. Like, it's more of a problem for them, staffing issue wise. And this would be too many weekends, to be honest with you. We're not talking about 1 or 2 weekends. So no, that will not be possible to serve on the weekends, no. All right, if there's nothing else, I'm going to go ahead and make my ruling. I am very concerned about your history and your record, Mr. Pons. I am going to order as the plea in this case that there will be 24 months to serve, 12 months on each case, running concurrent with both of these cases. I'm very, very concerned because your conduct has not stopped. You're out on bond and still committed 2 more offenses. So that is what the order.
Your Honor.
Please don't interrupt me.
I'm sorry.
And again, you have a stay away. The conditions of this 24 months will be a stay away, obviously, from a mall drive, and also no further contact with the victim, Kalila Fletcher. As far as the visitation with the 2 children, how old are the children?
Judge, they're minors. I believe he has 5, youngest from 3 to 9.
Okay, but you have 2 children, I believe, with this victim, who there's repeated history and continuous battery and cases with her, and that concerns me greatly. So I cannot go any less, will not accept a plea any less than the 24 months to serve, 12 months on each case to run concurrent. I'm going to order the no further contact, and I'm not even sure if I would want you to have third-party visitation if allowed with these children.
Judge, I definitely would like for Mr. Pons to have the ability to see his children. I would like for there not to be a bond order keeping Mr. Pons from making contact from his children.
Part of the safety for the children I have concerns about, since one of the incidents happened in front of the children. Okay, one of them happened in front of the children, so I am concerned about that. But I'm looking at your bond order, and I'll let that third-party contact occur if it's allowed by the victim, Ms. Fletcher, and that would have to be arranged through a third party, so that you remember you have to have no further contact with her, and that is still going to be a condition while you're on bond. So if you're ready to accept that plea, that would be my ruling.
Mr. Pons, I advise you not to accept that plea. Can we have a breakout or I'd be given an opportunity to speak to 4 North?
Okay, Ms. Champion, can you put them, Ms. Helen and in a breakout with courtroom 2? Are we able to do that?
Or 4 North?
It's 4 North, it's not
4
courtroom 2,
North,
Your
I'm
Honor.
sorry. 4 North, are you able to do that, Ms. Champion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll do that. And Mr. Dudley and Mr. Walker, let's see what we have. I'm sorry, it is 4 North.
Your Honor, we have the Spanish interpreter on and she needs to go to another courtroom. So if we can go ahead and possibly hear those cases, have them in a breakout room also, if it's possible.
Can you tell me which cases those are? Well, the jail probably already knows. Which cases are they?
I think it's position 15 and 32.
Your Honor, it's only courtroom 2 and 4 North. If we go into a breakout with the Spanish interpreter, we'll be stalled. So we gotta wait for either one to come back. Either 4 North has to come back, or I can just go to a different case until 4 North gets back, and then we can go to the Spanish interpreter.
All right, do you have that kind of time, Madam Interpreter? It's a logistics issue with the jail. We apologize. Sometimes we can't accommodate.
This meeting is being recorded.
Your Honor, may the interpreter
sorry?
assist Judge Taylor and come back?
Yes, let's do that.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be back as soon as possible.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Your Honor, we're ready on position 34 and 35.
All right.
That is going to be a not guilty plea, an arraignment, and we're requesting a jury trial, Judge.
All right. So that plea offer has not been accepted, so therefore we are just going to do an arraignment. And Mr. Pons, I want to advise you that I'm going to now arraign this case. Are you going to waive formal reading of the accusation?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. And so we are waiving the reading of the formal accusation. In the first case ending in 5299C, you're being charged with 1 count of criminal trespass, damage to property, 2nd count of battering family violence. In the second case ending in 5301C, you're being charged with simple battering, family violence. Both of these cases have been, that you've been charged with by the Fulton County Solicitor General's office. And these charges each carry a maximum sentence of 1 year in jail or a maximum fine of $1,000 for each of the 3 charges. And so this case will be reset for a jury trial. That trial will be scheduled by the state court judge to whom this case is assigned as a further notice for trial. At the jury trial, you will have the right to an attorney, which you have at this point. You do not have the burden to prove the charge at trial, but the state, represented by the Solicitor General, will bear that burden and will have to convince the jury beyond a reasonable doubt in order to get a conviction in that case. If they do get a conviction, again, I have told you that you could face up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000 on each charge. They could run concurrently or consecutively. So based on this information, how do you plead to those 3 charges?
Not guilty.
All right, I will accept your plea of not guilty, and this case will be reset for trial. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
This is number 11, Mr. Cantu.
Okay. And this is another one that says conflict attorney, but I think I saw Ms. Cloud. Good. Did we?
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor, from Mr. Cantu below.
Yes, thank you. Did we find out anything yet with Mr. Howard on the other conflict case that had Mr. Dark listed? I thought someone was going to check for us. Nope.
Oh, that was for position 21 that you wanted somebody to follow up with them from the PD's office, the conflict
Right.
attorney.
Correct. I think Miss Helen maybe Was going to.
No, I don't have position 21. I don't know if there's
Oh,
a conflict
that's not the
attorney
case.
or not.
Yeah,
No.
I mean, obviously we conflicted from that case. Mr. Dark represented, I mean, should I reach out?
Right, Mr. Finley, are you able to check with,
I'm
Mr.
trying to reach out to his office right now, Your Honor.
okay, thank you, Mr.
Sure.
Wall. All right, we are now on position 11, Mr. Cantu Davila, Anthony. Okay, this is case number 22 CR 0039748. You're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. That offense date is June 17th, 2022. And what is going to be the disposition for this case?
Well, Your Honor, my client has been in jail now for 40+ days on a criminal trespass charge. The allegations were that he went to an apartment complex he was not supposed to be. And that's essentially what it was. It's just that he was not in a position to post bond. So he's sat on what is a relatively minor charge and did not involve a personal victim for over 40 days. I had reached out to see if the prosecution had an offer for him. But I do believe at this point, he would be open to accepting a time-served plea.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor, this is position 11 and 12. Same charge, same incidents, just he was found squatting in a vacant apartment. There are 2 different apartments. And I did not receive an email from Ms. McLeod, but we do have different people every week. So, but we are offering time served on both both cases, and a stay away. And I can put the pleas on the record officially.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't really had a chance today anyway to discuss that possibility with my client. So I would just like a moment to call him and explain to him.
Yeah,
Your
I
Honor.
can send it to you in the chat too, so you can have it.
Perfect, thank
Great.
you. So if I can have a moment just to call the jail or to go in a breakout room with my client.
Can Ms. McLeod call 4 North, please?
Do a breakout session.
Have to do a breakout. Okay.
That would be fine.
What's your number?
My number?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
Okay, great.
In the meantime, can we go to position number 20, Mr. Howell?
Hold on, Norris. Hold on, Norris.
You going to a breakout?
We're not going to a breakout. We're going to do number 41, Mr. Yoons next.
Oh, she's going to call real quick.
Yes, I put my number in the chat.
Yeah, we go to 41, Mr. Yoons.
Okay.
And that's a negotiated plea. Your Honor, do you have our announcements?
I do.
Okay.
Help me. Sometimes I get going and I don't look, so remind me.
Yes, sure.
I appreciate it, no problem. And I didn't see that one again when it had 2 cases, so.
And Mr. Yoons is a negotiated plea.
Okay. Mr. Is it Hughes?
Yep.
Hughes. All right. Case number 22 CR 005297. Joseph Humes, you're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. The offense date is August 9, 2022. And this is a negotiated plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
State, you want to let me know what that is?
Yes, Your Honor. The state's recommendation is going to be 12 months to serve 30 days with the credit for time served 15 days, balance probated, 40 hours of community service, and stay away from the incident location.
Right. What's the incident location? Do you have that address?
Yes, Your Honor. That address is going to be
I'm trying to.
the Courtyard Marriott at 12655 Deerfield Parkway.
Yes, Your Honor. That is our understanding of the plea. We do stipulate to that plea. We accept it. It is a probated plea. We are asking for those probation fees to be waived. And and that if the state is amenable, once he completes the 40 hours community service, if it could be non-reporting.
Do you have any extensive history, Mr. Dudley? On this defendant, Mr. Hughes?
For Mr. Yunes? No, Your Honor.
You don't? All right, pretrial?
Yes.
Do you have any extensive history or anything on Mr. Young's position 41?
I mean, do you want the history? Is that what you asking, Judge?
Yes, I just wanted to know how many
okay.
cycles and if it was extensive or not.
He got 6. This is
6, okay.
Yeah.
And I think Mr. Dudley said it was not extensive, but you can give me a brief rundown.
Well, he been here since July. He was arrested in June. Criminal trespass, 2 counts. He was arrested in April, failed to appear for suspended license. November 2021, simple battery, family violence. Suspended license from 2020. And a 2016 driving without a valid license. Dismissed.
All right. Thank you. All right. I will, again, we will accept the plea as stated with 12 months to serve, 30 days, credit for time served, 15 days. Balance probated, 40 hours of community service. Stay away from the incident location, which is the Courtyard Marriott at 12655 Deerfield Parkway. I will waive 6 months of the probation fees. And I will agree for him to go non-reporting once he has completed his condition, which is the 40 hours of community service.
Understood.
Like that's the only condition, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Anything else from the state before I go ahead with the plea?
No, Your Honor.
I think Mr. Yunes has his hand up.
Hey, Mr. Yunes, if you have any questions legally, you can give me a call, but don't make any statements about the case, okay?
Okay.
What's your question?
When am I getting released?
It may take the jail 2 days, okay? So about 48 hours.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Mr. Yunes, raise your right hand for me so that we can go ahead and take your plea. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, yes?
No. No penalty of perjury.
Okay, okay. Well, I'm glad you will not perjure yourself. That's fine. Okay, you can put your hand down for me. And then, Ms. Helen, do you stipulate to the venue, identity, and factual basis?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so again, Mr. Youngs, it's my understanding that you wish to plead guilty to 1 count of criminal.
I don't know.
I'm sorry? I'm not too sure if that was him or not. You wish to plead guilty to 1 count of criminal.
Oh, wait, what did you ask?
It is my understanding that, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
What did you ask?
It is my understanding that you wish to plead guilty to 1 count of criminal trespass. Is that correct?
Isn't that correct, Mr. Yunes? You want to accept the probation and plead guilty to the criminal trespass, not go back to that hotel?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's what I was asking you, and I was just confirming that that was what your intent was. And I'm going to ask you a series of questions before I can accept your guilty plea to make sure that you understand. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you say yes for me instead of yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you under the influence presently of any medication, drugs, or alcohol?
Yeah, no.
Hey, Mr. Yunes, do your best to try to answer yes or no. Can you hear the judge?
Yeah, I can hear the judge, no.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes.
All right, do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving your right to the presumption of innocence?
No.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up your right to be
Yeah,
presumed innocent?
I understand.
Okay, and do you understand that by pleading guilty, you have a right to remain silent and not testify against yourself? You understand that?
I understand.
Okay, and do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up or waiving the right to trial by judge or jury? You're giving up or waiving your right to trial. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you understand, again, has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No.
Okay. And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea today? If you're on probation?
I understand, yeah.
Okay. And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with full understanding of the charge against you?
I understand.
But do you give this guilty plea freely and voluntarily?
I understand, yeah.
Okay. And so no one has convinced you, you're doing this voluntarily on your own, correct?
Yeah.
With your assistance of your attorney, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I will accept this negotiated plea as agreed today. And I'll explain the conditions to you. You have to do 40 hours of community service. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you will have to provide that proof back to the probation office. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
They will explain that to you. And so I've given you the address for the Courtyard Marriott on Deerfield Parkway. And do you understand that you are not to go back there or else you'll be arrested again? You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after you do that, I've waived 6 months of the probation fees, and then you can go non-reporting once you've completed your community service. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So that will conclude the case, and that will be the accepted plea for this case. All right. Good luck to you, Mr. Young.
All right, going back to Mr. Cantu case. Going back to Mr. Cantu case.
All right. All right, we're going back to position the 20.
11 and 12.
Oh, 11.
11 and
I got it. 11 and 12.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait for Miss McLeod to get back on.
And she notified me that it's going to be a negotiated plea for both.
Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, this is Mr. Cantu Davila. We have 2 cases, one ending in 3974H and the other ending in 4311H. And are those going to run concurrent or consecutive?
Concurrent.
Okay. All right, and so Ms. McLeod, we're going to do a negotiated plea. State, tell me what the terms of the plea are.
Yes, Your Honor, for position 11, it's going to be time served, credit for 2 days, balance suspended, a stay away from Roswell Creek Apartment Complex located at 1000 Holcomb Bridge Road, Roswell. And then for position 12, it's going to be time served, credit for 41 days, balance suspended, stay away from Mansell Apartment Homes located at 301 Huntington Drive, Roswell. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, they will attorney dog right there.
Ah, Okay.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. How are you? Let me finish this plea and then I'll get right to you. Mr. Dark has appeared in the courtroom. Okay, just to let you all know if you don't see him. All right, so Mr. Cantu Davila, I will accept your negotiated plea. And Ms. McLeod, do you consent to the venue, identity, and factual basis?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. And I just want to say that at the time these two incidents occurred, my client was homeless, but he has told me that he's now in contact back with his family and he will be going to stay with family once he gets out.
Wonderful. That is what I want to hear, Mr. Cantu Davila, because we don't want you to go back to either of those, excuse me, either of those complexes to be arrested again, okay? All right, I'm going to swear you in and go through the guilty plea statement. So raise your right hand for me. Can you hear me? Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury? All right. Again, I'm going to ask you these questions. Are you currently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol?
No.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes.
You can put your hand down too. Okay. Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, that you're waiving and giving up the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes.
And are you prepared to agree to waive these rights today?
Yes.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
Yes.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
I'm sorry.
Okay. And has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No.
All right. And again, if you are currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea today. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
All right. And again, do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes.
And as to the charge of criminal trespass, first case ending in 39748, and the second case of criminal trespass, case ending in 4311H, how do you plead to those charges?
Guilty.
All right. I will accept your guilty plea. And again, that is a time served. I think you are getting credit for 45 days, 12 months probation on each, but a time served plea for the 45 days. 45 days or 40? Is it 41 or 45?
Your Honor, for position 11, it's 2 days.
Okay.
And then for position 12, it's 41.
All right. So a total of 43 days. 2 days for the first case, 41 days for the second case. Balance will be suspended. You are to stay away in the first case from Roswell Creek at 1000 Holcomb Bridge Road. In the second case, you are to stay away from the Mansell Apartments at 301 Huntington Drive in Roswell. And you will stay away from both of those locations as a condition of your plea. Is that understood?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and they will run concurrently. Anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Right.
And Your Honor, that concludes my business before the court today. May I be excused?
Yes, you may. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, bye-bye.
Your Honor,
Yes.
can we go back to the conflict case, position 21, Mr. Jones?
Yes, and Mr. Dark is in the courtroom. Come forward, Mr. Dark.
Did you want me to come
Either table, which do you prefer? Which table? I think both mics are on. Let's make sure and see.
Okay.
And how are you this morning?
I'm well, Your Honor. I was
Good to see you.
in 2E on a trial calendar.
Okay, we haven't seen you in a while. And I said, wait, I think he's still around.
I'm sorry about that, Your Honor.
That's okay. All right, this is 21 CR 0041944Y. Is it Mondrangius Jones? You're
Yeah.
charged with one count of battery family violence. And that offense date is August the 9th, 2021. Hold on a second. I don't see the camera on there at that table so that he can see his attorney. You may have to come to the podium, Mr. Dark, because I don't see you. I don't know if that camera is on over there, unless you see something to press.
Your Honor, we can see him.
Can you, now you can see him.
You
Yeah.
can see him in both areas. It didn't matter. We have both those areas.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I couldn't see, so I apologize. Okay, now, can you see your attorney, Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. All right. So again, State, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's recommendation is 12 months to serve, 28 days, credit for time served 14 days, balance probated, no further contact with Miss Crystal Jones, a stay away from 271 Sunset Avenue, Atlanta, FVIP, 40-hour community service, and no alcohol, drugs, and weapons. Does defense have an announcement on this position?
If I could just briefly, can I call the jail and speak to my client real quick? Or how would we do that?
For North, is it possible that Mr. Dark can have a quick phone call?
Or if they can call me?
Mr. Jones, or if you all can call him, he'll put his number in the chat.
He's in courtroom 2. He's in courtroom 2. He's not on phone off.
Oh, I'm sorry, courtroom 2.
Yeah, you can call extension 22392.
Oh, right now?
Yeah. In the meantime, we got number 22, Mr. Kirkland.
Okay. See if that's it. You did say it kind of fast.
And we have 22. I had that's a Maxwell Shart as a private attorney.
Is he on? Ms. Champion?
No, ma'am, I don't see him on.
State, have you been in contact with him?
I do believe he entered an appearance on Odyssey. His information may be there.
Is this your case, Ms. Mitchell?
No, Your Honor. 22, no.
Is this Mr. Dudley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had any contact recently with Mr. Sharp?
No, the state has not had any contact with Mr. Sharp, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, in the meantime, while we're trying
You have to hold.
No, can we go to position number 20, Mr. Howell?
I believe so. We'll try. And I didn't mean hold in the sense of holding there, but so yeah, I get you.
Okay.
Position 20. 20, yes.
Yep, 20.
All right. Do we have everyone on for position 20? That's Mr. Finley
Yes, Your Honor, and that's a negotiated plea, Judge.
and Ms. Mitchell. That's someone speaking. It's not the defendant speaking with Mr. Dark. It's okay. Let's see if we get them muted. All right. This is case number 19 CR 007434J. This is Mr. Raymond Howell. You're charged with one count of simple battery. The offense date is February the 7th, 2019. And I understand that this is a negotiated plea, State.
Yes, Your Honor, this is going to be 12 months to serve, 42 days, credit for time served 21 days, balance probated, no further contact with Natasha, spelled Nataisha, Jackson. Stay away from the victim's unit located at 303 Senoia, spelled Senoia Road, apartment C19. It was stated that they were neighbors. 8-week anger management and no alcohol, drugs, and weapons. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right.
And Judge, that was our understanding of the offer, of which we do agree. I would just ask on behalf of Mr. Howell that once he does complete the 8-week anger management, if the balance of his probation could be terminated, but if not inclined, Judge, at least non-reporting. And also that probation fees could be waived for Mr. Howell.
You said you wanted him to have the balance terminated and then go to non-reporting.
Oh, no, I said, if we could have the balance of probation terminated, but if you're not inclined, Your Honor, then non-reporting. But
Or non-reporting. All right, Mr. Pretrial.
Who is this for?
Position 20, Howell.
All right, hold on, I gotta pull it up.
Okay.
Arraignment. Let's see. He got 7 cycles out of Georgia. He got an August 2021 FTA for battery. 2019 Affray out of Fairburn. 2014 simple battery. It just says bind over. 2013 forgery in the first degree. He got a disorderly conduct conviction. It was amended from a simple battery in 2013. That's the Georgia history. Hold on. Ohio from the 90s. Breaking and entering conviction.
Only say in the last couple of years, if there's anything there.
Yeah, he don't have none in the last couple of years from Ohio. Let me check on Massachusetts.
Huh?
Oh, that's from the 80s. That's it.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, anything else from council?
nothing further, Judge.
Sorry. Oh, I thought someone said something. No.
Said nothing further.
Okay, thank you. All right, I will accept the negotiated plea as stated. Mr. Howell, can you raise your right hand for me? I'm gonna swear you in. All right, do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down. All right, I'm gonna ask you these questions. Are you under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time?
No, I'm not, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you're waiving and giving up the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
All right, and you prepared and agreed to waive these rights today, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
Ma'am.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here today?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against
Yes, ma'am, I sure do.
you? Okay, and I don't know, Mr. Finley, did I ask if you stipulate the venue, identity, and factual basis?
I do, Judge.
Not for sure if I did that or not. All right, and again, you understand the conditions of your sentence. We've got a couple of conditions in here. Do you understand those, or you want me to read those to you again?
Can you please explain them to me again?
Okay, so the plea is 12 months to serve, 42 days, credit for time served at 21 days, balance probated, You're to have no further contact with Natasha Jackson. You are to stay away from 303 Sonoya Road, apartment C19. You have to complete an 8-week anger management program, and you're to have no drugs, alcohol, or weapons while you're on probation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you understand all those conditions.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what I will do is I will waive 6 months of the probation fees. And once you complete all those conditions, you can go to non-reporting.
Thank you.
Okay, while you're still on probation. All right, anything else, counsel?
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, that will conclude the plea in this case.
All right, next we got number 40, Mr. Watts.
Hold on, Matt. Hey, Your Honor, is Mr. Dog still in the courtroom or did he leave? Because he finished talking with position 21.
We're gonna need to hold. He was called back to Judge Morrison real quick. He's
Okay.
gonna be up here, then he'll be back.
Okay.
Sorry about that. He's kind of juggling 2 places this morning.
And position 41, Mr. Watts, is a negotiated plea, Your Honor.
Okay. Position 41.
40, I apologize.
Oh, 40. It's okay. There we go. 40. And you know, do not ask me, but yes. All right, this is case number 22 CR 005306Y. Mr. Jermaine Watts. That is you, Mr. Watts, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're being charged with 1 count of willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer and a 2nd count of criminal trespass, both with the offense date of July 24th, 2022. State, Mr. Dudley.
Yes, Your Honor, the state is going to offer a plea of 12 months to serve, 28 days, credit for time served, 14 days, balance suspended, and to stay away from incident location of 2471 Old National Highway.
Yes, Your Honor, that is our understanding of the plea. We do stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID.
All right. And so, Mr. Watts, I'm going to swear you in and then ask you a series of questions in order to accept your plea. All right. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. You can put your hand down. Are you under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time?
None at all.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Did they freeze, Judge?
Yeah, I think you just froze. Can you hear me, Mr. Walton? I'm sorry, Mr. Watts? Uh-oh, there you go. Mr. Watts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me do that question again. Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
And do you understand that you're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes.
Do you understand that you're giving up or waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes.
And are you prepared to agree to waive these rights today?
Yes, I am.
Has anyone told you that you receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that, excuse me, has anyone told you that or promised you anything to plead guilty to that?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes.
Okay, and so I will accept this negotiated plea. Do you understand the conditions of your plea, Mr. Watts?
Yes, I do.
All right. And so I don't think there's anything else that I need to take up. But remember, you're to stay away from that 2471 Old National Highway. I don't know if that's a business or a residence.
Yes.
And so you know where that is. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Stay away from that location. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
That will conclude this plea.
Your Honor, can we go to probation calendar, position number 2, Mr. Moses, Alonzo Moses?
And Judge, I have an update. I don't know if Miss Allen is going to get on and give that announcement, but I have that. I think they've closed his case, but that she actually sent that information in last week. So I'll see if she can come on and talk a little bit.
Well.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Ms. Harris with probations.
And I think she just called Moses, and they're wondering what's the status.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Moses actually should not be on the revocation hearing. Ms. Allen did inform me that his case closed back in 2019, and I did send a release hold to the jail on last week for him.
Sorry, Judge, you've been muted.
Okay, sorry. All right. Thank you for that update, Ms. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We'll take that off the calendar.
Okay, Your Honor, so can we go to position number 30, Mr. Patrick Norman?
And that's a non-negotiated plea, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Norman, Patrick Norman, is that you in courtroom 2?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this is case number 18 CR 009469C. You're being charged with 1 count of theft by stolen property. The offense date is July 22nd, 2018. State?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hold on a second for us. Mr. Dudley?
Yes, Your Honor. This incident took place on July 22nd, 2018 at 1991 Delow Drive. Officer Tullock was dispatched to a burglary call at the incident location, and upon his arrival, he met with the victim, Miss Dominique Simpson, Domaneke. And Miss Simpson stated that her apartment was broken into and that several of her items were taken, and that the residence of the victim that the officer was able to observe was in disarray with items thrown everywhere and damage to her rear door. She also stated that she asked the occupants of the complex if they had seen anyone around that might have been out of the ordinary, and stated that she was able to speak with the grandchildren of the suspects that she suspected, and that they told her their grandfather, who was the defendant, had all of her items that were stolen in his house. Ms. Simpson went to the location and met with the wife of the defendant, and was granted entry into the residence, where she found and was able to recover a couple, not all, but a couple of her stolen items. And upon making contact with the defendant, he stated that he did not break into the apartment, however, that he was storing the items for his friends, Mr. Mark and Tonio. The defendant has arrests for entering automobile or other motor vehicles with intent to commit theft or felony in 1989, theft by taking in 2014, and was arrested for theft by receiving stolen property in 2018. He was convicted for theft by shoplifting in 2009, and the state is offering 12 months to serve 54 days with credit for time served 27 days, with the balance probated, an anti-theft class, and a stay away from the incident location and no further contact with the victim. Nothing further from the state.
We need the incident location.
And what's that incident location?
Yes.
That incident location is 1991 Delow Drive.
Yes, Your Honor, this is a non-negotiated plea. We're asking for time served, balance suspended. I think you heard his history, that conviction of a theft by shoplifting 2009, and then as late as the 2018 theft by receiving, which I think is the same case we're talking about. So Mr. Norman since then has had no history in line with these theft cases, Judge. So we're asking for it to be balance suspended. He has served 26 days on a 2018 warrant, Judge. When I went and spoke to Mr. Norman again, he told me about these individuals, Mike and Tony, who actually did the breaking. So Judge, Mr. Norman understands he did something wrong. And so what we're asking is that the 26 days that he served for this 5-year-old case of the theft by receiving be time served, balance suspended.
All right.
Also, Judge, he has no reason to go back to the 1991 Delow Drive Southwest. I believe that's an apartment complex. I believe that the complaining witness no longer lives there, Ms. Simpson, Mike, or Tony. So he has no issues with the stay away, Judge, or no contact with the victim.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Mr. Dudley?
Yes, Your Honor. Although it may seem as if it was years ago, the defendant was arrested for theft by taking in 2014 and convicted for theft by shoplifting in 2009. And Your Honor, that's why the state feels it necessary to recommend that anti-theft class.
You don't have any problems with that condition, do you, Ms. Helen?
We do, Judge, because again, the 2014 conviction is quite old. The 2018 is the case we're talking about here. So yes, we do have a issue with that theft class. So we are asking for time served, balance suspended, Judge.
All right, but I will put the other conditions there, the stay away.
Yes,
and
Judge.
no further contact.
Yes,
All
Judge.
right, with this plea, I'm going to accept the 12 months to serve 54 days, credit for time served 27 days, balance suspended, and the condition will be to stay away, incident location, the 1991 Delow Drive Southwest, and to have no further contact with the victim, Dominique Simpson. All right, so that would be the ruling on the plea.
I apologize, Judge. I just want to make sure the days of confinement are correct. I have 26, which would make, if we're doing the time served, 52 of serving 52 days, credit for time served 26.
Okay, let me correct that. Again, 12 months to serve 52 days, credit for time served 26 days.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Norman, I'm going to swear you in and ask you a couple of questions in order to accept your plea, okay?
Ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, put your hand down for me. And I'm sorry, Ms. Helen, do you stipulate to the venue identity and factual basis?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, and so Mr. Norman, are you currently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
All right, are you satisfied with the services or representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up or waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're prepared and agree to waive these rights today, is that correct? Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will accept that negotiated plea. and you understand the conditions, which are stay away from the incident location and no further contact with the victim, Ms. Simpson. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I will accept this plea today, and that will conclude this case.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Dark is back. Can we do his case before they take him again?
it's actually two private attorneys. I have Mr. Dark and I also have Mr. Isaiah Gregory. We're gonna do Dark and then we can do Mr. Isaiah Gregory afterwards.
Is Mr. Gregory on the Zoom?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
I would prefer that we do Isaiah Gregory at the very end of the calendar, Your Honor.
Okay, we have some.
I'm just kidding. It's a friend of mine.
That is on the record. No, no, that's fine.
Okay, position number 21, Mr. Jones.
Okay. All right, we're back, Mr. Jones. Apologize. We had a little logistics we had to do there.
Are you fine, ma'am?
All right, this again is case number 21 CR 004194Y, Mondravius Jones. You're charged with 1 count of battery family violence. That offense date is August the 9th, 2021. And again, this is a negotiated plea or non-negotiated? Negotiated. All right, state.
Yes, Your Honor, the state's recommendation is 12 months to serve, 28 days, credit for time served, 14 days, balance probated, no further contact with Crystal Jones, a stay away from 271 Sunset Avenue, Atlanta, FIP, 40-hour community service, and no alcohol, drugs, and weapons. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Dark.
Your Honor, we would just ask the court to accept. 28 days credit for time service, FIP, 40 hours of community service.
All right, great. Mr. Dark, could you all hear Mr. Dark?
Yeah, speak a little louder.
Okay.
We would just ask the court to accept the state's recommendation. We would ask the court to accept the state's recommendation.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Jones, raise your right hand for me. I'm going to swear you in. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. And Mr. Dark, do you consent to venue identity and factual basis?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, and so Mr. Jones, I'm going to ask you some questions. Are you currently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
All right, are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
And that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you prepared to agree to waive these rights today?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of this guilty plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will accept this negotiated plea. And I want to make sure that you understand the conditions. Do I need to read them to you again?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that you understand that you are to have no further contact with the victim, Crystal Jones, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're to stay away from that 271 Sunset Avenue.
Yes, ma'am.
And I usually just go over with you again that you have to do an FVIP program, which is about 6 months and 40 hours of community service.
Yes, ma'am. Is that the family violence one?
I'm sorry?
Is that the family violence one?
Yes, the Family Violence Intervention Program, that is correct.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you're to have no drugs, alcohol, or weapons while you're on probation.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you so much. Next, Your Honor, we got position number 9, Mr. Larry Brown.
Yes, thank you. Good to see you again.
Good to see you again.
Okay. You said 9, Deputy?
That is correct. Position number 9, Mr. Larry Brown.
Okay.
Your Honor, we have position 9 as a reset on the announcement. Is that?
Yeah, I would.
Yes,
Yes, Judge.
Position
gonna need
9
to
says
talk.
reset to 8:25. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm gonna need to talk to him, Judge.
He has
Like-
a private attorney. He has.
Oh, he has a private attorney?
Yeah,
Okay.
Gregory.
Got it. Okay.
Oh, there he is.
In
Attorney Gregory.
disregard that reset was by me, Judge, because I didn't talk to him.
All right, we will remove that since that was Mr. Finley. Mr. Gregory, I assume you're ready to proceed?
Being that reset in this case, received some discovery in this matter, but we haven't received all the discovery, nor received any plea offers in this matter, Your Honor. So we're requesting that we further notice this to give us time to negotiate and receive all the discovery in this case to do our due diligence.
All right, hold on 1 second. Let me check one thing, Mr. Gregory. And you've entered your appearance already?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Our offer for this is position 9, correct?
Yes.
I'll go ahead.
Would you like to hear the state's offer for them to read it into the record, or do you want to wait, or would you like to hear that today?
I prefer to have discussion outside of court with Madam ADA.
Okay. I chatted him, our offer.
And the reset date is going to be 8:30. 8:30. Got it.
All right, Your Honor, that was a generous offer. I still want to go over my discovery and have a chance to speak it over the client. So we're requesting this matter to be further noticed.
Okay, well, I think what they're doing now, and I'm looking at my litigation manager here, we're going to reset that to August 30th. Is that too soon or no? Because if we do further notice, it will kind of go into la la land, if for lack of a better word, and we don't want to do that.
August 30th will work, Your Honor.
August 30th will work, okay. So we will, position 9 will be reset to August 30th.
All right, Your Honor, and that appears to be all my pending matters before this court. May I be excused at this time?
Yes, you may. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Position number 25, Fort South.
All right.
And that's a negotiated plea, Your Honor.
Position what?
I thought she said 25.
I didn't say 25.
Is that Lester?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor, wait, I'm sorry, I know I'm coming on to tell anything, but that was just position 9, correct?
Yes.
Did anybody, I'm checking Odyssey, does anybody see an entry of appearance or is it just me?
He said he had filed it, so I don't know if it's.
I'm at, well, can the clerk check? Because obviously
Yes.
it's out.
He's checking now.
I'm sorry to do that, but you can continue.
No, if not, she can.
No, I don't see an entry.
Actually, she does not. I don't know if he filed it this morning, but it usually
Oh,
doesn't.
okay, well, that would be the reason why he didn't receive anything, because there's no entry, but I guess I'm a day
But I
late.
did ask him, didn't I? I believe I did I not?
You
Yes.
did, but when I checked, I
It
didn't.
wasn't there.
But I'm sorry, I digress.
No, that's okay. We'll need to remind him, or if you can, we would appreciate it. All right, we'll go back to position 25. Jabari Lester.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And that's you, Mr. Lester, in courtroom 2.
Yes, Judge.
Fort South.
Oh, I'm sorry, 4 South. All right. This is 22 CR 005255A. Jabari Lester, you're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. The offense date is August the 7th, 2022. State.
Yes, Your Honor, this is a negotiated plea. The state is offering time served, 16 days, balance suspended, and a stay away from the incident location, which is 2420 Piedmont Road, the Lindbergh MARTA station. Nothing further from the state.
Yes, Your Honor, that is our understanding of the plea. We accept it. We stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID.
All right. And Mr. Lester, raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you can put your hand down. And I'm going to ask you a series of questions in order to accept your plea. Are you under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time?
No, Judge.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that you're giving up or waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are prepared and agree to waive these rights today, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And has anyone told you that you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation will be revoked because of your guilty plea here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and again, do you offer this guilty plea freely, voluntarily, and with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and I will accept this negotiated plea. And again, you understand that the conditions are to stay away from the incident location, which is 2420 Piedmont Road, Lindbergh MARTA station, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, anything else, counsel?
No, Judge.
All right, so that's time served, 16 days, balance suspended, and we stay away. All right, if there's nothing else, that will conclude this plea.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have position number 17, Your Honor, Mr. Antonio Dunn.
Okay.
That's in courtroom 2.
Okay.
And Judge, I was about to make so this is position 17 done.
Mhm.
So he is going to need to be reset 1 week so I can speak to him in person. They were unable to locate him at the jail yesterday to visit him.
All right, so we're resetting.
Yeah, and I already to the 30th if we could. Yeah, I already spoke to Mr. Dunn this morning and
Okay.
explained it.
Okay, we're sorry, Mr. Dunn. We're going to reset you to August 30th. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I'll be there to see you on Monday, like we talked about, Mr. Dunn.
All right, thank you. That is correct, right, Ms. Grace?
Yes.
Okay. As long as Ms. Grace said it's okay, it is okay.
Next, we have position number 29, Mr. Mellon, Joseph Mellon.
Position.
Yes, Judge, this is a jail jury arraignment.
This is 29.
Yes, Your Honor.
And who do we have in the courtroom? Which attorney?
I think so.
Hold on 1 second. All right, we have position 29, Joseph Mellon, 22 CR 002333J. You're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass, and the offense date is April the 15th, 2022. And what do we have, State?
This is, correct me on arraignment or?
It's an arraignment only.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I got you. I see. It is an arraignment. All right, so I will arraign this case. And Mr. Mellon, we're going to arraign your case and tell you what your formal charges are, which you've already heard is 1 count of criminal trespass, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, and do you waive the formal reading of the accusation, Ms. Helen?
I do, Judge.
All right, so Mr. Mellon, you have been charged with 1 count of criminal trespass, which has been formally accused by the Solicitor General's office in Fulton County. And this charge carries a maximum sentence of 1 year in jail and a maximum fine of $1,000. And this case will be reset to the jury trial and the jury trial calendar. And that trial will be scheduled by the state court division judge to whom your case is assigned. Again, make sure that your address is current with your attorney. At the jury trial, you will have the right to an attorney, which you have now. You do not have the burden to prove the charge at trial. The state, I'm sorry?
Yeah, this is Officer Norris here in courtroom 2. Can you repeat those charges again? We froze. We have an incident.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not recognize that you had frozen.
Yeah.
Mr. Mellon, you're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. Okay, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And that offense date was April the 15th, 2022. All right, and again, you have been charged with this 1 count of criminal trespass, and it has been formally accused by the Solicitor General's office in Fulton County. And this charge carries a maximum sentence of 1 year in jail or a maximum fine of $1,000. Okay?
Yes, sir.
And this case will be reset for a jury trial, and that trial will be scheduled by the division judge in the state court to whom this case is assigned, and it will be further noticed for trial. At the jury trial, you will have a right to an attorney, which you already have. You do not have the burden to prove the charge at trial. The state, represented by the Solicitor General, will bear that burden, and they will have to convince the jury beyond a reasonable doubt in order to get a conviction in this case. If they do get a conviction again, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison and a fine of $1,000. Based on this information, how do you plead to the charge of criminal trespass?
Not good.
Okay, not guilty. I accept your plea of not guilty, and you have been arraigned, and you'll be further noticed for trial, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, we froze again. He's gonna.
Did you hear the last part? I think was, now that you've been formally charged, I'm sorry, the state represented by the Solicitor General's office will bear the burden to convince the jury beyond a reasonable doubt in order to get a conviction in the case. And if you nod your head a little bit, I'll know that you're still in movement a little bit. We're having some of the freezing.
Move a little bit, yeah.
Okay, you understand that? And that if they do get a conviction, then you will face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so I think based upon this information, you plead not guilty to this charge.
That's correct.
All right, I will accept your plea of not guilty.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have position number 27, Mr. Marcias.
Come on, Melon and Dunn.
Okay,
And that's a negotiated plea, Your Honor.
all right.
Melon and Dunn.
All right, is it Armando Marcias or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is case number 22 CR 005298J. The offense date is 7/29/2022. There are 3 charges: criminal trespass, willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer, and lauder and prowling. Those are the 3 charges that I have. State.
The state is going to recommend 12 months to serve, 30 days, credit for time served, 15 days, balance suspended, and a stay away from the incident location, which is 4592 Hopewell Road, College Park.
Yes, Judge, that is our understanding of that plea. We accept it. We stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID.
All right. And so, Mr. Marcius, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you put your hand down. And again, it's my understanding that you wish to plead guilty to the 3 charges: criminal trespass, willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer, and lauder and prowling. Are you currently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Yes, ma'am.
And has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here today? Do you
Yes, ma'am.
understand? If you're on probation, if you're not, then, okay. And so do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and as to the charge of criminal trespass, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And as to the charge of willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer, how do you plead?
No.
As to the charge of obstruction of a law enforcement officer, how do you plead?
Guilty.
All right, and as to the charge of lauder and prowling, how do you plead?
Guilty.
All right, so I will accept your guilty plea to all 3 charges. There's 12 months to serve, 30 days, credit for time served at 15 days, your balance will be suspended, and you are to stay away from 4592 Hopewell Road in College Park. You understand that? Mr. Marcius?
They may have froze, Judge.
Your Honor, we froze again. Can you start from stay away from?
Okay, oh, good. I didn't have to go back too far. Thank you. Okay, again, you are to stay away from the incident location, 4592 Hopewell Road, College Park.
Okay.
All right, so you understand that, correct?
I understand that, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, well, that will complete this negotiated plea.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Position 28, 4 South, Meadows.
All right.
That's going to be a bond hearing, Judge, and arraignment.
All right, let me arraign the case first. Do you waive the formal reading of the accusation?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, and this again is position 28, Mark Clavius Metals, 22 CR 000300474A. You're charged with 1 count of carrying a weapon without a valid license and a 2nd charge of possession of marijuana less than an ounce. Both with the offense date of February the 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and your attorney has waived the formal reading of the accusation that has been filed by the Solicitor General's office. Those are the two charges that you have been charged with by the Solicitor General of Fulton County, and these charges each carry a sentence of up to 1 year in jail or a maximum fine of up to $1,000 for each. This case will be reset for a jury trial, and the trial will be scheduled by the state court judge to whom the case is assigned as a further notice for trial. At the trial, you will have a right to an attorney, but you do not have the burden to prove the charges at trial. The state will be represented by the Solicitor General, and they bear that burden, and they will have to convince the jury beyond a reasonable doubt in order to get a conviction in this case. If they do get a conviction, again, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000 for each of those charges, which there are 2, and they could run concurrent or consecutive. So based upon this information, do you plead not guilty to the 2 charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will accept your not guilty plea. It's further notice for trial. And now we're going to have a bond hearing. I've already called that case. State, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. This incident took place on February 1st, 2022 at 3843 Jonesboro Road at the Chevron gas station. On the date of incident, Officer Connell and Officer Tauber were conducting an operation with their team at a high crime drug area of the incident location, 3843 Jonesboro Road. As they pulled up to the gas station, the defendant immediately started to walk away from them. They continued behind, walking towards the gas station. As they got close to the defendant, they could immediately smell the aroma of raw marijuana, and they subsequently detained the defendant. They discovered on his person a handgun and in his right jacket, and they also discovered a little jar containing 17 grams of marijuana. After running his ACIC, he was shown to have 2 warrants for forgery out of DeKalb and Cobb. At his bond hearing, before he was given a bond of $3,000, which was $2,000 for the carrying a weapon without a valid license and $1,000 for the possession of marijuana less than an ounce. I believe you signed that bond order. He then failed to appear in April of 2022, where his bond was increased to $3,500, and the state recommends that his bond remain as set.
Oh, Judge, you're muted.
I'm sorry, what's the breakdown in the 3,500?
I have that as 3,500 on the carrying and 0 for the possession of marijuana as listed on Odyssey.
I confirm that, Judge.
Okay. All right. Pre-trial, what do we have? History. Our state, what do you have? Oh, there he goes.
Meadows.
Uh-huh.
We got 8 Georgia cycles. May 2022, misdemeanor possession of marijuana arrest. July 2020, simple battery family violence arrest and battery physical harm. 2019, probation for burglary. 2015, FTA burglary. 2014, theft fire stealing. He got first offender for the burglary in 2014. 2013, forgery, 4th degree conviction. He got a hold out of the city of Decatur. I think it's cruelty to children charge.
Mr. Howard, you need to speak up, sir.
I say he has a hold out of Decatur. That's all.
All right.
Yes, Judge, this is a bond hearing today that I requested on behalf of Mr. Meadows. I heard in his history that there's an FTA for this case, April 13th. When I went and spoke to Mr. Meadows, they have the address of 3627 Forest Park Road, Southeast Atlanta. However, they're missing the apartment number 25. So Mr. Meadows did not receive that notice. He understands how serious these charges are. This case is, Judge. Also with the sentence, Judge, he understands how serious this case is. But he did not choose to not appear to court. on his own will, there was an apartment number of 25 not placed on the address, Judge. And so he did not receive that notice. And so, Judge, we are asking for the bond to be set at $1,000 for the carrying weapon without a valid license, and then $500 for the possession of marijuana less than an ounce. Again, when I went and spoke to Mr. Meadows, just covering the Ayala factors, he wants and was trying to appear to court dates. However, that apartment number, he was not going to be able to receive that notice with that apartment number being on there, Judge. And so I do hear his history. I do hear that there was a possession in May, Judge, but I have spoken to Mr. Meadows. He will not be catching any or any new charges or any new cases while out on bond if he's able to bond out, Judge. And I do not believe he's a danger to the community or any witnesses or anyone else, Judge. I've spoken to Mr. Meadows. Again, he is employable, is working, and it can be working if being released, Judge. He does have family here in Georgia. He has a sister, Marquita, who resides in Georgia. He is a lifetime resident of Fulton County, Judge. And again, we are asking for that bond modification to a $1,000 for the carrying and a $500 for the possession of marijuana, because again, he did not have the apartment number on that address and was not going to be able to receive that notice. But we do have that information, and we will submit a updated address to probation so that they can update that for Odyssey.
All right.
Your Honor, the state would just like to state that the defendant's responsibility is to make sure that his address is on file correctly so that he is able to get those summons to court, Your Honor, and that the bond not be any lower than previously set, which was the $2,000 surety bond and the $1,000 surety bond, the breakdown being $2,000 for the carrying weapon without a valid license and $1,000 for the possession of marijuana less than an ounce.
All right, and then with the 3,500 and zero, the bond applied to that after February the 2nd?
After the FTA, I believe.
Yeah, after
After
the
the
FTA.
FTA. Okay, I got you. After the FTA. Okay. So what I'm going to do as far as the bond today, I'm going to have that bond to be 3,500, 3,000 for the carrying and 500 for the marijuana. And that would be the bond, no drugs, alcohol, or weapons while on bond.
What type of bond is that, Judge?
Surety bond.
That's remaining.
But
What was
just
the bond
the bond amount is 3,500, 3,000 on the carrying of the weapon and 500 on the marijuana for a total of 3,500. Good bond, surety bond. No drugs, alcohol, or weapons while on bond. And to stay away from 3843 Jonesboro Road, which is, I understand, a gas station, a Chevron. And I think that will conclude the conditions. Anything else from council?
No, Judge.
All right, that will conclude this case, Mr. Meadows.
It remains the same, Judge.
35.
35.
3 on the carrying and 5 on the marijuana.
Next, we have position 26, Mr. Longmire, position 26.
And that's a negotiated plea, Your Honor.
All right. This is case number 22, CR 005256E, Arian Longmire. You're charged with 1 count of simple battery, family violence. The offense date is August the 6th, 2022. State?
The state is recommending 12 months to serve, 36 days. Credit for time served, 18 days. The balance probated. No further contact with the victim, Alon Longmire. Stay away from the incident location 2980 Jonesboro Road. And Family Violence Intervention Program, 40 hours of community service, and no alcohol, drugs, or weapons. Nothing further from the state.
All right, Ms. Helen?
Yes, Judge, that's our understanding of the plea. Since this is a probated sentence, we're asking for those probation fees to be waived, Judge, and that once he completes the conditions, that this can be non-reporting. And then also, Judge, I'm requesting third-party visitation with any other minor children. He does share a 16-year-old with the mother there, and so he would like to be able to at least have contact with her, separate from Alon, obviously, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then we have the 40 hours of community service as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I will accept the plea as negotiated. I will waive 6 months of probation fees, and he can go non-reporting after he's completed all of the conditions.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Longmire, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, put your hand down. I'm going to ask you a series of questions in order to accept your plea. Again, it's my understanding that you wish to plead guilty to the 1 count of simple battery, family violence. Are you under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, I am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes.
And are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Yes.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here today?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And okay, as to the charge of simple battery, family violence, how do you plead?
Yes, please.
All right, and do you understand your conditions, or would you like for me to repeat them for you?
I understand them.
All right, so that FVIP, the Family Violence Intervention Program, is quite long. It is 6 months. So you've got to complete that. And once you start, get it done so that you don't have to start over.
Yes, ma'am.
3 hours of community service, no drugs, alcohol, or weapons while on probation. And again, I'll waive 6 months of the fees. And once you complete all of those conditions, then you will go non-reporting. And again, to stay away from that 2980 Jonesboro Road, okay? Oh, and one last thing to add, I'm sorry, third-party visitation with his minor child. Is it 1 child or 2?
It's 1, a 16-year-old who's his child.
Okay, with that 16-year-old, if the mother allows visitation, it must be conducted and done by a third party, not yourself, because you have a no further contact and stay away that regards the victim, which I assume is the mother of the child.
No, it's Alon. It's the stepdaughter. Alon is the stepdaughter.
Stepdaughter. Okay, all right. So just be careful and follow those conditions, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Position 38, Mr. Turner.
And that's a negotiated plea, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, this is case number 22, CR 001766B as in boy. This is Mr. Robert Turner. Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass, a 2nd account of willful obstruction of law enforcement officer. Both charges have an offense date of 3/27/2022. And I understand this is a negotiated plea, state.
State is offering 12 months to serve 26 days, credit for time served 18 days, balance suspended, and to stay away from 1820 Hollywood Road.
1820
Hollywood Road.
Hollywood Road. Okay.
Yes, Judge, that's our understanding of the plea. We do stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID.
All right. And give me those days again.
26 days, credit for time served 18 days.
Okay.
This Mr. Turner?
Is
Yeah,
this
though I don't have those days of confinement for Mr. Turner. I
Turner
have
on 38.
Yeah.
I have 44,
19.
22, and you have 19. Well, we all have something
Something
different. So let's see what we can do on the man.
Wait, sure which position?
Look at
Position is
Robert
this
Turner.
again?
Robert Turner, position 38.
Position 38.
I have that he was incarcerated August the 5th.
Hollywood. Calendar has 44.
But I see on the Odyssey, it's
That was
19.
the incorrect offer.
Oh.
I thought we were on a different position.
Oh, okay.
The state is offering 12 months to serve 44 days, credit for time served 22 days, balance suspended, stay away from incident location 1936 Piedmont Circle Northeast. Sugar Daddies.
Okay. 1936 Piedmont Road.
Piedmont Circle Northeast.
Piedmont Circle Northeast.
And it's Sugar Daddies, the name of the location.
Judge, then this is not negotiated. I have on Odyssey 19 days for Mr. Turner as days of confinement. And then I have the incident location as somewhere different.
No,
That's what we have too.
oh, and my litigation manager has different addresses. One, no, she has 1936, but it's Midtown Bowl.
Yeah, that's what I had, Midtown Bowl.
Okay.
Yes.
1 second as I confirm in Odyssey.
Okay.
And Judge, again, I just want a correction to the days of confinement, because if it's not 19, then we'll just be non-negotiated, and I'll be requesting for the 19 to be time served, balance suspended.
Okay.
Okay, are you guys saying 196 Piedmont Circle Northeast is the address, but it's Midtown Bowl is the location? Or you
Yeah, that's what we had from the bond hearing.
Okay, that's correct. But it's not 1936 Midtown Bowl as the address.
Right.
Okay, got you.
And then what about days of confinement or? Now we need to get the days straight. On the calendar, it has the 44 and 22. But I struggle with math, so I leave that up to you all to do the math. What do you have?
I'm confirming with Odyssey, it says 19 days, Your Honor.
Okay. And so we'll do credit for time served 19 days. Just serve 44, credit for time served 19.
No, Judge, 38.
38?
Just Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, 38 and 19. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. And if I can just confirm the stay away address?
That's gonna be 1936 Piedmont Circle Northeast, Midtown Bowl.
Thank you.
All right. And we have balance suspended, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right, raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Helen, do you stipulate to the venue ID and factual basis?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. And so, Mr. Turner, you can put your hand down. It's my understanding that you want to plead guilty to the 2 charges, criminal trespass and willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer. And I need to ask you a few questions. Are you under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time?
No, ma'am.
Are
No,
you
ma'am.
satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will accept your negotiated plea. And again, 12 months to serve 38 days, credit for time served 22 days, balance is
Suspended?
38 and credit for time served 19 days, correct?
Yes.
Correct, Judge.
And then balance suspended and to stay away from that 1936 Piedmont Circle Northeast.
Correct, Judge.
All right. So you understand that and that condition, Mr. Turner?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Next, Your Honor, we got position number 14, Mr. Cronin, position number 14.
All right, we're on position 14. I have that as private attorney, no? Yes?
Yes, private attorney.
Not that I know of, Your Honor.
Is Thomas, is it Flugum or Flugum? Flugum?
If I do, I'm unaware of it.
On the calendar. And it's on my notes.
Your Honor, he says he doesn't know who his attorney is.
Is there an
Okay.
entry on Odyssey?
Let's see, she's checking now.
Yes, 8/9/22.
8/9/22, there is an entry.
Your Honor, I've requested multiple times through Fulton County to speak to an attorney, and I've still not been accepted to talk to one, and I do not know, because it was over a year and a half. Yep. I pled not guilty and bonded out. Judge,
Okay,
that's an entry on the behalf of the bond forfeiture from the
bonding company.
Oh, that is, okay. My litigation manager is telling me that's an entry on the bond forfeiture from the bonding company, not an attorney to represent him. She's looking at what was actually filed. So,
Yes, that attorney represents the bonding company.
yes, so that is not the defendant's attorney. So have you spoken to him, Mr. Finley?
No, I haven't, Judge. I can speak to him now.
Okay. And they must have, when the calendar was made, they must have got that confused. They saw entry and didn't see
Yeah.
that it was for the bonding company.
Okay.
All right, and so you would need to speak to him with the state's offer.
Yes, I will.
Can you do it now, or do we break in, or will you have?
Yeah, no, I can give the jailer or let's see, he's in courtroom
Mr.
2.
Finley, do you represent position number 4, Mr. Beck, because he's next? Or
Yes, I do.
whoever's in 4 South, I don't know who's in 4 South.
We got number
Yeah,
31.
we're probably
I have 4 South.
Okay, so Finley, you can call 22392.
okay. I'll call right now.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, and I see a note in the chat for Mr. Finley on
Yeah.
position 22. Does everybody see that?
Yeah, I did. I spoke with Mr. Sharp.
So are we resetting that to the 30th, or you need more time in order to give notice to the attorney?
I'm not sure when he'd prefer. He just said he wasn't away from his desk, so he wasn't able to get on the Zoom. But I don't want to say when to reset his
Great,
case.
what do you think? Will you all be able to get notice to the attorney by the 30th, or do you want to make it further?
Further out.
Maybe further out?
Just to be honest.
You want to do further notice, or you want to give a date?
We can do 9. Is 9/1 a Tuesday?
Is 9/1 a Tuesday?
No, that's a Thursday.
Let's see.
Ms. Champion, what you think? Can she hear me?
We can set it on 8:30. That calendar hasn't went out yet.
Okay.
Oh, it hasn't gone out yet? Okay, I was just making sure we'd have time to get notice to opposing counsel. It is kind of short notice, but let's see what happens. He can file a conflict or.
Is being recorded.
Sorry? Who is speaking?
I just think it was stating it was being recorded, the hearing judge.
Well, that person, look, that recording has a personality too.
Yeah.
But okay, we'll reset it to 8:30 at this point. And Mr. Finley can do us a favor and maybe let him know.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, I'm sorry, Deputy, who do we have now?
31, Mr. O'Neill.
Okay.
And Judge, that's a non-negotiated plea.
I heard him mention Beck. How close is Beck coming up?
I thought they said he was next, or?
Thought he was next, because his mom is in the courtroom. It would be kind of nice if we could do Beck, Deputy. Are you gonna make us do O'Neill and then Beck?
I can do back. I'm trying to call the courtroom 2. It keeps going straight to voicemail, so I'm still here.
Okay.
So I can handle Beck.
Okay.
Really, I'm just having issues with that phone. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can do back.
Okay, let's do
then I'll
Beck.
call.
And go there. Podium. All right, this is case number 22 CR 0052551A.
And Judge, I had it listed as a non-negotiated plea, but is now negotiated because we've decided to convert the fine to community service.
All right, and his mom is in the courtroom, and we'll bring her to the podium. Come on, ma'am. This is Cortez Beck, B-E-C-K. And Mr. Beck, you're charged with 1 count of theft by shoplifting, a 2nd count of criminal trespass, a 3rd count of willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer, all with the offense date of August the 6th, 2000, And 22, this is a negotiated plea. State,
Yes, Your Honor, we have 12 months to serve, 32 days, credit for time. My apologies, I was reading the wrong position. For position 4, it's going to be 12 months to serve, 36 days, credit for time served, 18 days, balance probated, a stay away from Walgreens on 595 Piedmont Avenue, Atlanta, theft prevention, 90 hours community service with the converted mandatory fine, and no alcohol, drugs, and weapons. So there's no actual fine, nothing further, Your Honor.
all right. And so you're converting the $500 fine to community service?
Yes, so that'll be 50 hours and we originally requested 40 hours. So together that will be 90 hours.
50 plus 40 is 90 hours of community service. All right, and no fine, correct?
Correct.
All right, and Mr. Finley, is that your understanding?
Yes, Judge, that is our understanding of the offer. We just ask that once Mr. Beck does complete that 90 hours community service and the theft prevention class, if he could be on non-reporting status for probation, and also if the probation fees could be waived for Mr. Beck to help him get on his feet.
All right, I will agree to a 6-month waiver of probation fees. Let me hear a little bit of the history before I decide about non-reporting. Mr. Howard? And this is on position 4, Beth.
He was arrested in June for shoplifting. That was a conviction out of municipal court. April, shoplifting, trespass on Marta. March, shoplifting. Another March, shoplifting. February, shoplifting in DeKalb County. January, criminal trespass. 2021 trespass, giving false name. 2021 trespass, obstruction. And transmitting a false report of fire, conviction from 2012. That's it.
All right, if everyone would allow a little indulgence, I have Miss Beck here in court, who's the mother to Cortez Beck. Before I give my ruling, I'd like to hear from her. Is there any objection by either side?
No objection.
All right, ma'am, tell me your name.
Twarnia Beck.
Okay, can you raise your right hand? Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, and what would you like to tell the court today?
I have been searching for my son for over 5 years. He's homeless in the streets.
Judge, you muted yourself and the defendant, the victim is now muted. I mean, the mother is now muted.
I'm
So
sorry,
we can
start
hear
over
her
again.
testimony.
I apologize, start over.
I have been back and forth to court trying to fight to get my son off the streets. I don't know what type of drugs he's on or whatever, but when we approach him, he's very verbally violent, everything. And whatever is going on with him, that's not my son. I'm just asking for you all to find some kind of help for him mentally, drug addiction, everything. If you put him back out on the street, he's gonna hurt himself. I'm just begging the court to help me help my child. I haven't been around my child in years physically, except for trying to get him help, and he's not willing to get himself help. I have seen my son sleeping on the side of the road. He already has convictions in DeKalb County to where he's not reporting back after he's supposed to come back after being served whatever. I need to get him help. If you put him back out the street, he's gonna hurt himself. So
How
I'm
old is
begging
your
you
son,
all,
Ms. Beck?
please.
How old is he?
29.
29. Okay. All right. Any cross-examination or any questions for this witness?
No question, Judge.
Mitchell?
No, Your Honor.
And I assume at this point, Mr. Finley, Mr. Beck is not working.
I did not have employment for Mr. Beck, Judge.
All right, I appreciate you coming down, Ms. Beck, and speaking to the court, and we thank you for your time. I'll do the best that I can, not always in control of everything. Let me ask this, and I know this is already a negotiated plea, and there are no conditions in there except for no drugs, alcohol, or weapons while on bond. But there are no conditions at this point of him completing any type of programs or anything. Now, the 90 hours of community service is a little extensive, and he'll have to do that. Maybe he could pick community service at some type of drug rehab, but of course, we don't give them any specifics when it comes to where they complete their community service. And I hear you as far as wanting to get help for your son. But you do know that, again, he has to want to get help for himself as well. And I don't know if the state or Mr. Finley has any recommendation or would want to make any recommendation regarding any drug rehab or anything of that nature to add to their negotiated plea. And I don't know that I want to add anything in addition without further evidence. Anything, Ms. Mitchell or Mr. Finley, to add?
Judge, what I can do is I can reach out right now to one of our social workers and see if they can get Mr. Beck some communication, get in contact with him before he's released to help with housing or anything else that the social worker has in mind that might be beneficial to Mr. Beck.
Okay.
And the state agrees, Your Honor, because at this point, we don't have any other evidence as to his drug history outside of this testimony, so.
Yeah. All right, that would be good, Mr. Finley. If you could make sure that happens.
I will.
Before his release, talk to social services. And I hope that Mr. Beck, without you making any comment, because you shouldn't, that if that is the case, and that is the problem, you have a very caring mother who is here in tears for you, wanting to get you back on track and wanting to get help for you. And so I do see the social worker on the screen, and please talk to her and be honest with her and get some help. And hopefully you can reunite with your family and your mother to get support from them. Yes, ma'am.
Is there any way we can go into a breakout room and then I can see, narrow down the resources that I can provide for him?
After we take this plea, then I can see if they can do that, or they may send him over to a telephone to call you. The breakout may hold me up with my other cases.
A telephone call is fine too.
Okay. And so in the chat, put your number for 4 South to get him to a phone to then call. I mean, courtroom 2, I'm sorry, for them to get him to a phone to call you.
Kasha knows what number to call.
You know the number to call? She said, I
Same number as always.
They will not let her move or go anywhere. I understand. So he will get him to a phone once I take this plea to then make sure he calls you, okay? All right, thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Beck, can you hear me? Yes. Can you raise your right hand for me? All right, do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and I just want to say to you, I'm willing to take your plea, but do you understand you have a caring mother here today on your behalf?
Yeah.
I didn't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you're going to agree for me as I accept this plea to talk to social services after court today. Would you do that for me?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
and try to get some help if there are things that you need help with. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. This is again, this case ending in 5251A with Mr. Beck. And I am going to, did you stipulate, Mr. Finley?
I do, Judge. I don't
Okay.
think I did, I did.
Right, venue, identity, and factual basis. Thank you.
Yes,
And so, Mr. Beck, I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Are you currently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
All right. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that you're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that you're giving up the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand, and let me start over again. Are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
Oh, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
Oh, ma'am.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of this guilty plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And again, I'm going to accept your plea, theft by shoplifting, criminal trespass, and willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer. Those are 3 charges. And they're going to, the state has made the offer for those charges. Again, they're going to run concurrent, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And that's 12 months to serve, 36 days, credit for time served, 18 days. The balance will be probated. Now, you're going to be on probation, Mr. Beck. I'm going to waive 6 months of the probation fees, but I'm going to make you stay on probation for the whole 12 months. I'm not going to let you go non-reporting because we want to make sure you're getting back on track. I want you to stay away from the incident location. And give me that location again.
Your Honor, the location is the Walgreens on 595 Piedmont Avenue.
Okay, Walgreens, 595 Piedmont Avenue. Please do not go back to the Walgreens, or else you'll end up back here in jail. Understand that?
Yeah.
You're to take a theft prevention class, and they will give you that information on the class. And you are to do 90 hours of community service. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
No drugs, alcohol, or weapons while you're on bond. Okay? And social services will speak to you regarding some resources to assist you. All right?
All right.
All right, anything else, counsel?
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, good luck to you, Mr. Beck. Get some help, okay?
All right, too.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Beck.
Finley, you can call that number again,
Hold
223.
on, not yet. Hold on, no, it's not yet. Got number 3, Mr. Baskerville.
Okay. I'll call right after Mr. Baskerville. And it's a negotiated plea as well, Judge.
Okay. All right, you're welcome. Take care. What position? What position again?
Position 3.
3. All right, this is Kristen Baskerville.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Tristan.
Kristan Baskerville. I apologize. This is case number 22 CR 005271E. You're charged with transmitting a false report of fire, criminal trespass and damage to property, and another count of criminal trespass. Looks like the offense date is 7/27, 7/27, and 7/28. All right, state.
Yes, Your Honor, for position 3, our offer is 12 months to serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days, balance probated, so he won't serve additional time. We are asking for restitution of $339 to the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Their phone number is 470-341-5000. For damaged gate lock and computer hardware/software as noted in the police report. Stay away from the Mercedes-Benz Stadium located on 1 AMB Drive, Atlanta, and no alcohol, drugs, and weapons. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
And
All right,
Judge,
Mr.
that is our understanding of the offer. I did meet with Mr. Basketball yesterday. He did say he's going to be employed once he gets out, so he will pay that restitution. I would just ask that, since that's the only condition other than the stay away, I would just ask that once he does pay that, that the balance of his probation could be suspended, Judge. And I stipulated the factual basis in your idea.
Say that again, Mr. Finley. I didn't hear the last part.
Oh, and I do stipulate the factual basis, venue, and ID.
All right. And so we have in this plea that the balance would be probated, but Mr. Finley was asking for it to be suspended.
No, so Mr. Baskerville did agree to pay the restitution. I'm just asking that once he does pay that restitution, since that's the only condition on here, if the balance could be suspended once he completes that restitution, pays the restitution.
Pre-trial, what do you have on position 3?
Fourth arrest. Last arrest was back in July in Las Vegas. 2 counts of battery on a protected person. January, unlawful use of emergency phone number out of Vegas. 2021 false statement that was denied. Vegas.
Okay. All right, what I will do is once the restitution is paid, he can go non-reporting as opposed to suspend, but he will be on probation for the time, but after the restitution is paid, he can go non-reporting.
Okay, sound good. Does that sound good, Mr. Baskerville?
Almost. I need contact with social services to get my money from Las Vegas. I also am trying to get back in school. There's a lot of things I'm trying to do. So even though I'm gonna be recording, I'm gonna be focused on my enhancement. So nothing further.
Okay, that is good. We'll make sure, and Mr. Finley will make sure that you get to talk to social services as well, so they can provide you with some resources or locations for that, okay? All right. All right, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. And as I take your plea, and again, you have the 3 charges that I've just read to you. And are you presently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time? I didn't hear you.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, you have to say it because the court reporter is here and she cannot see the head nod. All right. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty? Has any,
Kinda, sorta, yeah. They told me that I'll be free.
no, it's not. Did they promise to give you anything to receive a lesser sentence? No?
Yes, I guess, yes, ma'am.
Well, that was in your plea negotiations, but did anyone promise to give you or told you that you would get anything less for pleading guilty?
Yeah, they told me I'll be free if I.
Okay, that's fine. And did they promise you anything in order for you to plead guilty? Besides the negotiations?
I believe Port South froze up.
Okay, can you hear me now? Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Baskerville?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so did anyone promise you anything to plead guilty?
I mean, I guess the answer is no. No.
Right,
No.
thank you. And did they tell you that you would receive a lesser sentence just to plead guilty?
The answer is no.
Thank you. And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so again, do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so I'm going to accept your negotiated plea. And as the terms that we have read, that this is, again, 12 months probation to serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days, balance probated, and you have to pay the restitution of $339 back to the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Their number is there to find out how to get that to them for the damages. And while you're on probation, you are to stay away from One Mercedes-Benz Drive in Atlanta. You are not to go back there. You understand that?
Can you say the 32 days part again?
That you're not to go back to the Mercedes-Benz Stadium at One Mercedes-Benz Drive?
Yes,
You understand that part?
yes, ma'am.
And so once you pay the restitution of $339, then you will go non-reporting, but you will still be on probation for the 12 months. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then we'll make sure that you get to speak to social services before you're released.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. That will conclude this plea. Stay away from Mercedes-Benz and good luck to you. All right, thank you.
Yes, we got 31, Mr. O'Neill.
And that's a non-negotiated plea.
I'm sorry, non-negotiated. Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes,
are we ready for courtroom 2, position number 36, Snelling, Antonio Snelling?
I think so, unless anyone tells me.
I thought we were doing 31.
Oh, oh, we have to do 31 first. Do you mind, Deputy?
Not a problem, I didn't hear it.
Okay, yes. All right, Mr. O'Neill. Can you hear me, Mr. O'Neill?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, your case number 22 CR 005283C. It's Duranta O'Neill. You're charged with 1 count of simple assault, a 2nd count of criminal trespass and damage to property, both with the offense date of August the 8th, 2022. State?
Yes, Your Honor. This incident took place on August 8th, 2022. at the Chevron at 1192 Pryor Road Southwest. The defendant was at the Chevron and was asked to leave the store by the victim, Tebibu, excuse my pronunciation, Tibebu Behonen, Behonegen. He informed the defendant that he had to leave the store, and that upset the defendant. And the defendant, out of anger, threw a 3-inch steel screw and bolt at Mr. Behonen. He ended up missing Mr. Behonen, but he hit the pizza stand and broke the glass. And as such, he was charged with simple assault and criminal trespass and damage to property. Your Honor, he has been convicted of aggravated assault in 2014, where he was confined for 7 years and was placed on probation for 13 years. He was recently arrested in 2020 for simple battery, family violence. The state is recommending 12 months to serve, 32 days, credit for time served, 16 days, balance probated, no further contact with the victim, stay away from the incident location, 8-week anger management course, 30 hours of community service, and no alcohol, drugs, or weapons.
And Judge, this is only a non-negotiated because we would like to see if the state would be amenable to transferring the 8-week anger management course to some form of community service, so that Mr. O'Neill will basically have to do one amount of community service.
All right, state.
The state would not be opposed to increasing his community service.
Okay, by how many hours?
Currently it was 30 hours, 45 hours community service.
That works.
And can I just get that stay away location again?
Stay away location is going to be 1192 Pryor Road Southwest, the Chevron gas station.
Understood. So yes, Your Honor, it's negotiated now. So we agreed to serving 32 days, credit for time served 16 days, the balance probated with 45 hours of community service, no contact with the victim, and also a stay away from the Pryor Road Southwest.
Okay. All right. Mr. O'Neill, can you raise your right hand for me? You confirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury? All right. Did I hear a stipulation to venue, identity, and factual basis?
No, Judge. We do stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID. Since this is also a probated sentence, I would just ask if the probation fees can be waived, and if the state is also amenable, if this can be non-reporting after he completes the community service.
State is amenable to that.
Okay. And that's a total of 45 hours community service, correct?
Correct, Judge.
All right. Mr. O'Neill, it's my understanding that you wish to plead guilty to these charges. Is that correct? And I want to make sure and ask you, are you under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time?
No, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
You're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're prepared and agree to waive these rights today, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here today?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will accept your negotiated plea. And again, 12 months to serve, 32 days, credit for time served, 16, balance probated, I will waive 6 months of the probation fees. No further contact with the victim. I see there. We didn't get the victim's name, did we?
We did, Judge, but
Yes, we did. That is, I'm just gonna spell it out for you.
Oh, that was the long spelling.
Yes.
Tibu something,
I believe.
Mahongman or something like that, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sorry about that. I did have that. So no further contact with probably the person that was at the Chevron gas station at 1192 Prior Road Southwest. Please do not go back there. Understand? You are to stay away from that location. You are to do 45 hours of community service and no drugs, alcohol, or weapons while you're on probation. Once you complete the 45 hours of community service, you can go non-reporting, but you will still be on probation, okay? Okay? Can you hear me, Mr. O'Neill? Okay. I know there's a lot of background noise, but just making sure that you've got to do those 45 hours of community service before you can go non-reporting. 6 months. I'll just waive 6 months of the fees, okay? All right, good luck to you.
thank you.
Position number 36, Snelling.
And that's a negotiated plea, Your Honor.
Okay. This is case number 22 CR 005264Y. Antonio Snelling, you're charged with 1 count of battery family violence. The offense date is August the 6th, 2022. State.
Yes, Your Honor. 1 second as I pull up our recommendation. The state is offering 12 months to serve, 34 days, credit for time served, 17 days, balance probated, no further contact with the victim, Keola Pasture. Stay away from the incident location, which is 1540 Orlando Street Southwest. 12 weeks anger management, 40 hours of community service, and no alcohol, drugs, or weapons.
Yes, Your Honor. That is our understanding of the plea. We do stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID. It's a probated sentence, so we are asking for the first 7 months of probation fees to be waived. And if it can be non-reporting once he completes those conditions.
All right, Mr. Snelling, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury? Oh, you're muted. Ask the deputy to unmute you. Can't hear you. Uh-oh, now did they freeze too? Mr. Snelling? Oh, yes.
And they're muted, Judge.
All right, can you hear me, Mr. Snelling?
Yeah, ma'am.
All right, raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're being charged with 1 count of battery family violence, and I accept your plea to that, but I need to ask you a couple of questions. Are you presently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you're waiving and giving up the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're prepared to agree to waive these rights today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone told you, has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
You understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will accept your negotiated plea. And so you do understand your conditions. 12 months to serve 34 days, credit for time served 17. The balance will be probated. You're to have no further contact with Creola Pasture, the victim in this case. You to stay away from the incident location, which is 1540 Orlando Street Southwest. You are to take a 12-week anger management course, 12 weeks. And you do 40 hours of community service and no drugs, alcohol, or weapons while you're on probation. I'm gonna waive 6 months of those fees. And then once you complete all of the conditions of probation, the 12-week course and the 40 hours of community service, you will go non-reporting. And remember, you're to have no drugs, alcohol, or weapons while you're on probation.
Yes, ma'am.
All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor.
Position number 8, Your Honor.
Hold on, Milton. Your Honor, can we go back to position 14? Mr. Cronin?
Okay.
Yeah, so, yeah, Mr. Cronin's gonna be reset. He's gonna reconsider a plea, but I have to do more than speak to him on the phone.
All right. Is he gonna be reset to the 30th or later?
Please.
Okay, resetting to the 30th. Is this Mr. Cronin?
No, Your Honor. This is position number 8 at the South Annex Christopher Brown.
Oh, okay, I was looking in the wrong screen. All right, South Annex. It's 22 CR 005127J. Christopher Brown. You're charged with 1 count of reckless conduct and pedestrian in the roadway, both with the offense date of August the 1st, 2022. And I understand this will be a plea.
Yes. This
Negotiated plea. All right, state.
Yes, Your Honor, for position 7, our offer is 12 months.
Position 8.
Position 8, I'm sorry.
Oh, my apologies.
Position 8.
Gotcha. Sorry, there's another Brown. For position 8. It will be 12 months to serve 46 days, credit for time served 23 days, balance probated, MHET, 100-hour community service, and no alcohol, drugs, and weapons. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Finley, is that your understanding?
Yes, Judge, that is our understanding of the offer, of which we do agree. We'll just ask that once Ms. Brown does complete the MHET and the community service, if she could be non-reporting, and also if the if the fees could be waived, because finances are an issue in Ms. Brown's life.
All right.
Okay, position 8 is Christopher Brown. He's saying female.
No.
Yes. All right. And let's see. At the South Annex, you are Christopher Alexander Brown, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And so I'm going to accept the negotiated plea, and I will waive 6 months of the fees, half of it. And you can go non-reporting after you've completed the conditions, okay? But you will still be on probation, but you can go to non-reporting after you've completed the MHET 100 hours of community service, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let me do this. I will swear you in. Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so you can put your hand down. So it's my understanding that you wish to plead guilty to the 2 charges. And again, I will ask you, are you under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the right to remain silent and testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you're prepared to agree to waive these rights today, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so once again, that's 12 months to serve, 46 days, credit for time served, 23 days. Balance will be probated, and you are to get a MHET. Your lawyer will explain to you what that is, and you are to complete 100 hours of community service and no drugs, alcohol, or weapons while you're on probation. I will waive 6 months of the fees, and you can go non-reporting once you've completed the evaluation and the 100 hours of community service, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
All right. Likewise.
Position 37, Miss Deanna Thomas.
Hey, Judge,
Hey, Your Honor, can we do position 5? I got Mr. Meter in here, and they trying to interview. I got 3 people for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
I apologize, Judge. I know that they're about to do that. Can either Zach or myself get a breakout room with a Spanish interpreter, if that's possible?
For which case?
I have position 32. Zach, I think yours is 15.
Yeah, 15 and add on 1. So we both are gonna have to. So
Who has position 5?
I do.
Because I have both interpreter cases in here, so.
Yeah. So I think we've done definitely more Miss Helen's cases than mine. So maybe Miss Helen can go in the breakout room and I can do whichever clients are.
Works for me.
The only place you have is 3 South and South Annex. So you can put, I have position 15.
Okay.
Black.
Right, so 15 is going to break out with the interpreter.
Yeah, and who's 15? Is that Helen or Zach?
That's me.
Okay, so it's gonna be Finley, courtroom 2, and the Spanish interpreter.
Okay. And Miss Helen, what's the other interpreter case?
Position 32.
Yeah.
15 and 32, okay. Okay.
And so my remaining cases, Judge, are positions 23.
Okay. Let's see who
Mr. Kirkland.
Who the jail has up for us.
Well, I got position number 7 here on 3 South, Mr. Brown.
I think that's Zach. My DV bench warrant clients are here though, Judge. I think one is in court and then the others on the Zoom line.
Who else do I have in court with
I
me?
have 2 of them in court, Judge.
Oh, 2 of the DVs?
Yes. Position number 3. Position number 2. I'm assuming. Number 2 and 3 is in court, Judge.
All right. We have 2 and 3 on the DV bench in court. And 2 represented by private counsel, Mr. Kessler. And will be, and that was to start at 11, and I know we're running behind. would the jail get too terribly mad with me if we do those two cases to get them out, especially the attorney case? Is that what we're proposing, Ms. Helen, maybe?
I was about to say, I'm ready and my clients are here, Judge.
They know. Deputy? There she.
Thought Alex will wait until they finish at Rice Street.
Okay. Let's see, 3 South.
3 South is Mr. Fielding case, and he's in the breakout room with the Spanish interpreter, so we can go forward with the DB case.
Okay, let's do that. I will call the position 2, Mr. Juan Lugo. And thank you for your patience. I apologize. We can go to the podium. This is case number 22 CR 0010355F. This is the DV bench warrant reset calendar for August the 23rd, 2022. I have obviously in court Mr. Lugo and his private attorney, Mr. Kessler. You're charged with 1 count of battery family violence, 2 counts of cruelty to children in 3rd degree. The offense date is 9/18/2021. And on the screen, where is, who am I missing?
There you are.
Okay, there we go. Mr. Dudley.
Yes. This incident occurred September 18, 2021 at the location of 201 Northwood Drive, apartment G2 in Sandy Springs, where the defendant punched the victim, Doris Aguilera, Aguilera, in the face, where, you know, her lip began to bleed and swell. The accused the defendant punched Miss Aguilera in the face in front of juvenile Kelsey Martinez and Jonas Canella. I may be pronouncing that incorrectly, Your Honor, as the subjects live in the home where this incident transpired. The defendant has an open criminal case in dormant bench warrant status, where he damaged the window of Miss Aguilera, and that is 22 CR 001031F. He was arrested for an aggravated assault in 2008 and has an FTA on his record in 2007 and recently in 2022. The state is recommending 12 months to serve, 8 days, credit for time served, 4 days, balance probated, no further contact with the victim, stay away from incident location, a family violence intervention program with 60 hours of community service, and no alcohol, drugs, or weapons. Nothing further from the state.
All right. As you've heard the state's offer, Mr. Kessler.
Judge, I just got this case a couple days ago. My client missed court on June 30th for the 2 cases that.
Come to the mic just to be sure they can.
Judge, I just got this case a couple days ago. You heard from the prosecutor, my client missed court for 031 and 035. It was on June 30th. He immediately came to see me. He called the court and came to see me. The bond paperwork said 125 Northwoods. He lives at 124 Northwoods. I think that's where the mix-up is. But he said he was calling the court and keeping up with it. Again, he came to see me a few years ago. I think we can work this case out, but I would like some time to look into the 2 cases, talk to the prosecutor, get discovery. But again, my client's here. He was never trying to run away or get away with anything. There was a 124 instead of 125. That was the issue. And again, he'll show up for all further court dates. There'll be no issues with that. I represent him, Judge. Just want to try to talk to the prosecutor more information. But if you would agree to take away the warrants for those 2 cases, we will show up for any further court dates, Judge.
Okay. Pre-trial.
Who we on?
We're on position 2 on the DV bench warrant. Lugo.
Hold on.
Okay.
Marcus Pitts.
Now 2 on the DV. calendar.
The DB bench warrant reset calendar?
Yeah,
Mine says Marcus Pitts.
for 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, Judge, I think there was a added calendar sent out adding position 2, but originally it was just Pitts.
Oh. Okay, State,
All
what
right.
do you have? That's okay.
I have Marcus Pitts and Juan Lugo, and I believe another position on the DB.
Right, and Kelly Cantrell, right.
I believe so, yes.
All right, what do you have on history for Lugo?
Oh, for Lugo. 1 second, Your Honor.
Okay,
What's his first name?
Juan Canala.
Is that Lugo, Lugo?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't even have that file. Yeah.
That's fine. I'll
The
see-
arrest for aggravated assault in 2008 and the 2 FTAs in 2007, and then of course recently here in June of 2022.
All right, I will allow him to stay on probation. What was our order for the bond?
The bond,
It was how much? Oh, this is, I was waiting on it. That's okay, 5,000, good bond. All right, so I will not forfeit him. He will continue on the $5,000 good bond. I'll put with 3,500 on the first charge of battery, and then 750 on the other 2 charges of cruelty. And again, the conditions are no further contact with Doris Aguilera, no contact with the minor children, initials KUJC. And so we have 201 Northwoods Drive, apartment G2 as the victim's address for the stay away. No weapons, firearms, their legal drugs and alcohol while on bond. And I also saw here that you went to one of the other conditions was that defendant was to file legitimation for Superior Court in order to have any contact with the children. Otherwise, there's no contact with the children or Ms. Aguilera. So that was in the initial bond order. So I'm going to stick to all of that and give those same conditions. Okay? All right. Hold on a second. There are 2 cases.
I'm sorry.
There are 2 cases.
They're one, yeah, they're short, Judge. 031 and 035. Yes. Both of them were on June 30th, both of them were FTAs. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And I apologize, if only one made it to my calendar. And I see your entry in both.
Well, the 1031 is not showing an entry, only the one that's on the calendar, the 1035.
Right.
That's why.
Oh, that's why. So was there bond on the other as well?
I don't have that file, so let me go into.
Okay.
Your Honor, whenever you're ready, can you put courtroom 3, Spanish interpreter, and Ms. Helen in the breakout?
Okay.
Thank you.
8221 showing a signature bond, Judge.
Oh, it was on signature bond, 821.
8221. Look at this.
And was that supposed to be on the calendar?
Because it looks like these cases were originally put together, but for some reason they were accused differently, is what it looks like. That's what, they're all together. He was arrested, criminal trespass, domestic violence, but then for some reason the criminal trespass become a case with its own accusation, and the other cases become their own case with their own accusation for some reason.
And so that one, is that in forfeiture status as well?
The
Yeah.
1031, yes.
Can I do that for this one as well? It's not on my calendar.
That's a criminal trespass. See, we only have the DV, so we can go down and have that reset to the clerk.
You can go down, I don't know if you heard it, you can go down to the clerk's office on that criminal trespass, since it's not DV, and ask the clerk to reset that one for
And
you.
what's the number again, please?
Yes, give him that.
You ready? 22 CR 001031, the letter F.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you. Good luck, Chief. Okay.
We got 18, Mr. Hall.
Squadron, yeah.
That's probably right.
I'm gonna,
And that's why we didn't put that on.
and Judge, I'm gonna need to talk to Mr. Hall. So it's the same thing that happened with the others two. A bunch of inmates were reclassified yesterday and they did not have them in the system. So he was one of the people that they didn't know where he was. So I'm gonna have him reset as well.
Position number 1.
I think this is number
18.
18, Hall.
Oh, position 18.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll reset him to August 30th as well.
We could. Yeah, I waited for hours and they just could not find them. So
I understand.
So we reset it, Mr. Hall?
yeah.
Yes, we're resetting him to August 30th.
But he's on 3 North 615 though.
Okay, so can you tell me that he's 3 North 615?
Uh-huh.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Hall.
He hear you.
Hey, Mr. Hall. Hey, I'm gonna be meeting with you next Monday, and you're gonna have court on Tuesday. And I'm gonna come speak with you about your options moving forward. Okay.
All right.
But I want to speak with you in person so we can kind of figure out the best avenue for you, sir.
All right.
All right, man. I'll look forward to speaking with you on Monday. Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Okay. I just got number 2, Mr. Barnes.
And this is going to be a negotiated plea, Judge.
Okay. Let me ask, hold for a second. I have this last one that's in my courtroom on the DV bench
That's
warrant.
Mr. Pitts.
Mr. Marcus Pitts, whose case is that? Or is that Miss?
Yeah, I think that's Miss Helen's. I have numbers 1 through 21.
Oh, this is on the DV bench.
That would be okay. That would be Miss Helen as well.
Yeah, I think she said it was hers, and she's in the breakout, right?
Yes.
As soon as she comes back on, I apologize. She's in the breakout. And I'm trying to move as fast as I can, but thanks for your patience, Mr. Pitts, okay? All right. All right, Deputy, who do we have again? Position 1?
2.
2, okay, sorry. Position 2, 22 CR 005123A, Johnny Lee Barnes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you're charged with 1 count of simple battery. And the offense date is 9/21/2021. This is going to be a plea.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. All right, state.
Yes, Your Honor, there's going to be a time served plea, credit for 221 days. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Finley.
And that is our understanding of the offer, Judge. And we do agree and do stipulate the factual basis, venue, and ID.
All right, great. All right, Mr. Barnes,
Yes, ma'am.
can you raise your right hand for me? Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down. I'm gonna ask you a few questions and before I can accept your plea, okay?
Okay.
The first question being, are you under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty today, you're giving up and waiving your right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
You're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you're giving up the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're prepared to agree to waive these rights today, right?
Yes.
Has anyone told you that you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here today?
I'm under probation.
I said, if you are on probation, it could affect.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And so do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right. So I will accept your plea to simple battery. It is simply a time served plea of 221 days with no conditions. You won't be on probation. So you will have to get processed for release, okay?
Would you say something on release?
Yes, that is a time served plea for 221 days credit for time served with no conditions and no probation. So you just wait to be processed by the jail for release.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Zach.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Barnes.
Your Honor, we got position number 5 in courtroom 2. Position number 5.
And Judge, we're ready on position 32 whenever the court is ready.
Deputy, can we hold for a second? Miss Helen is back, and I have only one last person in the courtroom has been waiting since 11 on the DV calendar. Can we do that real quick at Miss Helen?
Which one you want to do, Judge?
That's Marcus Pitts.
Sure, we can do that one.
Okay, can we do that real quick? Mr. Pitts, come up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. To the podium here.
And could I be placed in a breakout room? I just need to tell something.
Ms. Champion can do that for you.
How you doing, Your Honor? Who you need to be in the breakout room with?
Just me, PD Finling, and 3 South, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
How you doing, Your Honor?
I am fine. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, ma'am.
This is case number 22 CR 0038528, Marcus Pitts, charged with 1 count of battery, family violence, and a 2nd count of cruelty to the children in the 3rd, both with the offense date of June 14, 2022. State.
Yes, Your Honor. This incident took place on June 14, 2022 at 5628 Laurel Ridge Drive in Eastbourne, Georgia. The victim, Dewana Pitts, DUWANNA, had fallen asleep and was awakened by the defendant on top of her, hitting her. Officers who had arrived at the scene, Statham and Officer Cruz, went there for a fight call. Upon their arrival, they could hear a loud verbal altercation coming from inside the residence. Officers were met at the front door by the victim's minor female daughter, who was crying and pointed upstairs to show the officers where the altercation was happening. Upon entering the bedroom, they could hear Miss Pitts screaming for help. Once the defendant was detained, officers observed abrasions to Miss Pitts' upper chest and left arm, and she was transported to Grady for further treatment. The defendant has been arrested for simple battery in 2007, abandonment of dependent child in 2007 and 2016, battery in 2017, and of course has a failure to appear this year in 2022. The state is offering 12 months to serve, 6 days, credit for time served, 3 days, the balance probated, no further contact with the victim, stay away from the incident location. a family violence intervention program, 60 hours of community service, and no alcohol, drugs, or weapons. Nothing further from the state.
This meeting is being recorded.
All right, can you give that to me one more time? I should have probably stopped you in the middle.
That's all right.
H.C. Dudley, give me that 12 months to serve and go from there on the state's offer.
Yeah, it's gonna be 12 months to serve, 6 days, credit for time served, 3 days, balance probated, no further contact with the victim, stay away from the incident location, a family violence intervention program, 60 hours of community service, and no alcohol, drugs, or weapons.
Okay. All right, Ms. Helen?
And Judge, is the camera supposed to be on Mr. Pitts? We made a note that, is he at the podium?
Oh, I just see that the camera, he is.
Okay, I just didn't see him at the podium at all.
Well, I just noticed that both, okay, the two are out there. Ms. Champion, can you see it from the talkie? I don't know, it might have timed out.
Yeah, I think they timed out.
Well, that's fine, Judge. I just wanted to make sure because Mr. Pitts contacted me.
She's gonna contact Nataki to see if he can get them back on for me, but I do promise he's there.
Okay. So, Judge,
Go ahead.
I am asking you to set aside this bench warrant today on behalf of Mr. Pitts because number one, he has appeared. When I spoke to him about the failure to appear from the August 16th date, Judge, he stated that he was so flustered and had so much going on with his new job that he is currently working that he did not know it was the 16th. But after that, Judge, he did his due diligence, tried to contact the court, tried to find out what would be the next measure, Judge. And so as the state has said, he did do 3 days of incarceration at the Rice Street City Jail. So Judge, for him to turn himself in on a bench warrant violation, he would lose the job that he worked so hard to get to today, Judge. And so we are asking for this one-time set aside. I have informed Mr. Pitts, this case and him coming to court date supersedes anything. If he doesn't appear again, it will be a warrant for his arrest. And so he understands the seriousness of the court dates, appearing for them. We have the 750 Skipper Drive, Northwest Atlanta, Georgia, 30318. I believe that was updated at the clerk's office on the 17th. So the day after, he realized that he missed court, Judge. And so he has also been following all of the bond order rules, hasn't had any contact with the victim. Again, I gave you a new address. He's had no contact with that stay away address, Judge. And so again, we are asking for this bench warrant to be set aside. If he were to turn himself in, he'd lose the job that he worked so hard to get to, Judge. And he plans to take this case to a full jury trial. So I'd like to see him do that.
Okay. All right, anything else from the state?
Nothing from the state.
All right, I will give a one-time set aside. I do hear your attorney stating that you're working, and that is very important. And I know you get so busy with that. Now that you're understanding what the conditions are and what you must do, I will not ask you to surrender, but I will let you continue on bond. How much was the bond amount?
One second, Your Honor, I'll check.
I have it. And so this bond amount was $5,000, $3,500, and $1,500. So you will continue on the bond amount and no further contact with Dewana Pitts and the 3 minor children, and stay away from the 5628 Laurel Ridge. So now that you know what you have to do, Mr. Pitts, keep working and keep up with your attorney to know about your next court dates, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, can we go back to courtroom 2, Mr. Bennett? He's in a lot of pain.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, you're welcome. I just wanted to clear my courtroom, Deputy. I only had one person waiting. Thank you for your indulgence.
All right.
All right, and now we're going back to.
Position number 5, Mr. Bennett.
Okay, I got him here. All right, this is 22 CR 00-52508. Mr. Carl Adam Bennett, you're charged with one count of theft by shoplifting and a second count of willful obstruction of law enforcement officer. The offense date is August 7th, 2022. State?
Yes, Your Honor, this is a negotiated plea and our offer is 12 months to serve, 34 days. Credit for time served, 17 days, balance probated, a stay away from the ExxonMobil gas station located at 400 Edgewood Avenue, Northeast Atlanta. Theft prevention, 40-hour community service, and no alcohol, drugs, and weapons. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right.
And Judge, that was our understanding of the offer, which I did review with Mr. Bennett yesterday. We would just ask that once he does complete the 40 hours community service and completes the theft prevention class, if he could be on non-reporting, Judge. And additionally, if the probation fees could be waived for Mr. Bennett to help him get on his feet.
All right. Pretrial, do you have anything on position 5?
Let me check.
Okay.
You got 12 cycles. July 2021, simple battery, says bound over the state court. Financial transaction card fraud, three counts, 1 count financial transaction card theft. Those were convictions from 2018. Had an ag assault that was dismissed from 2018. Probation violation 2017. Another 2017 probation violation. Trespass NOLO 2017. Another 2017 probation. 2016 shoplifting. He got convictions for cruelty in the third battery DV. Another battery DV. 2015. That's it.
Okay. All right. Mr. Finley?
Sorry, Judge, you cut off.
Oh, no. Is there anything else that you needed to state that your understanding of the plea? Correct?
Yeah, nothing further, Judge. That was our understanding.
May I speak?
And we do stipulate the factual basis, Finn, you and I do.
Is there any way I can get the, like a few months of the fees of the probation waived if that?
I did ask that on your behalf, sir. Yeah, I got you.
All right. What I'm going to do is I will accept the plea as read. I will waive 6 months of the fees. And does the state have any objection to him going non-reporting after completion of the condition? All right, I will do that. I will order that. So I will accept the plea as stated and order that waiving 6 months of the fees and to go non-reporting, although you still be on probation, you don't have to report after you've completed the conditions, the theft class and the community service. All right. So raise your right hand for me so I can swear you in and ask you a couple of questions. All right. Do you affirm the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor. Give me 1 second. All right, Your Honor, we're ready.
Okay. And so, Mr. Bennett, answer these questions for me.
Stand up for me. Stand on this wall for me.
Okay. Are you presently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol?
Or spoke on the phone.
Yes, Your
Can
Honor.
you hear me, Mr. Bennett?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are you presently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
Do you understand that you're waiving and giving up the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes.
Do you understand that you are giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge and jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes.
Are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Yes.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty? Yeah, can you hear me? Uh-oh. I think they froze. Mr. Bennett?
I froze after lesser sentence.
Okay, yes, has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No.
All right, and do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea today?
Yes.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and so I will accept this negotiated plea. And I want you to understand that the conditions, you've got 12 months to serve 34 days, and they gave you credit for the 17 days that you served. Your balance will be probated. You're to stay away from the incident location, which is the Exxon Mobil station at 400 Edgewood Avenue Northeast. Please do not go back there. You are to take a theft prevention class, which probation will tell you about. You are to complete 40 hours of community service, and you're to have no alcohol, drugs, and weapons while on probation. I'm going to waive 6 months of those fees, and after you complete the theft class and 40 hours of community service, you can go non-reporting, although you will still be on probation for 12 months. All right, is that clear?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, you ready for the interpreter cases?
Yes.
Yeah, we got position number 15, Mr. Quatlock.
Okay.
And Judge, he is position 15 and also position add-on 1.
All right, we'll start with position 15. And are both of these, please? Yes.
Consolidated, yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the first case we have is 22 CR 005247G, State versus Mr. Ricardo Kutalak Inocencia, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name.
Este es el caso de el estado de Georgia en contra de el señor Pueclac Inocencia 22CR005247G.
And the second case is case number 22 CR 004312G.
Y el segundo caso es 22CR004312G.
Being a false name, address, or birth date to law enforcement.
Por dar información falsa sobre el nombre, la fecha de nacimiento y dirección a un oficial de policía.
And that will be a consolidated plea with both cases together.
Y estos dos casos se considerarán uno solo, se van a consolidar.
All right, State, you may present.
Yes, Your Honor. Our recommendation is time served, 18 days, ballot suspended. Nothing further, Your Honor.
La recomendación es de tiempo servido con 18 días y el resto de la sentencia se suspende.
All right, Mr. Finley.
Yes, Judge. And that is our understanding of the offer, of which we do agree.
Su señoría, esa es el convenio declaratorio con el cual estamos de acuerdo.
All right, I will accept the negotiated plea as has been stated by the state. And I need to now ask the defendant some of the plea questions.
Voy a aceptar convenio declaratorio como se ha declarado y necesito hacerle un par de preguntas al acusado.
All right, Mr. Finley, do you stipulate the venue, identity, and factual basis?
I do, Judge.
Señor Penley, ¿cree que se han establecido bien los hechos fundados? Sí, su señoría.
It is my understanding that you would like to plead guilty to obstruction of a law enforcement officer and giving a false name. Is that correct?
Señor, lo que entiendo es que usted quiere declararse culpable al cargo de obstrucción a la autoridad y por dar nombre falso. ¿Es correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Raise your right hand for me.
Levante su mano derecha, por favor.
Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give
Jura o afirma que la declaración que dará
is the truth and nothing but the truth,
es la verdad y solo la verdad,
under the penalty of perjury?
bajo su pena de perjurio? Yes, I do.
Put your hand down, please.
Puede bajar la mano.
Are you currently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol?
Señor, ¿está usted bajo la influencia de drogas, medicamentos o alcohol ahora?
No.
No.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
¿Está usted conforme con los servicios y la representación de su abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
¿Usted entiende que al declararse culpable, usted renuncia a su derecho de que se lo presuma inocente a usted?
Sí.
Yes.
You're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent?
¿Usted renuncia al derecho de guardar silencio?
Sí.
Yes.
And also you're giving up the right to not testify against yourself?
Y también al de no declarar en su contra. Yes.
And you're giving up the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Y renuncia a su derecho de ir a juicio ante juez o jurado, el que usted prefiera, ¿entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
Has anyone told you you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty today?
¿Hay alguien que le haya dicho a usted que si se declaraba culpable hoy aquí, iba a recibir una sentencia más corta?
Sí.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
so if you don't mind telling him, it's aside from the plea. So,
I think the other.
Señor, aparte de su abogado y aparte de este convenio de sentencia más corta, ¿hubo otra persona que le dijo que se declarara culpable y le ofreció una sentencia más corta?
No.
No.
All right. And has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
¿Hay alguien que le haya prometido algo específico para hacer lo que usted se declare culpable hoy?
No.
No.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea today?
¿Usted entiende que al estar hoy en día bajo una sentencia de probatoria, esa sentencia se podría cancelar con esta declaración de culpabilidad hoy? ¿Entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, your immigration status may be affected because of your guilty plea here today?
¿Usted entiende que si no es ciudadano estadounidense, su estado inmigratorio podría ser afectado por la declaración que está dando aquí hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with a full understanding of the charges against you?
¿Se está dando usted esta declaración de culpabilidad libre y voluntariamente, entendiendo cada cargo en su contra?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, I will accept this negotiated plea.
Acepto este convenio declaratorio
With the two charges,
con los dos cargos.
and you will have a time served plea of 18 days credit, and the balance will be suspended.
Entonces usted va a recibir una sentencia de tiempo servido con crédito por 18 días y todo el resto de la sentencia se suspende.
All right, and that will conclude this case. Good luck to you.
Esto concluye su caso. Mucha suerte.
Position number 73 South. Okay.
Hey, Ms. Blunt, they want to finish up this interpreter case. It's the last one.
And this is a negotiated plea, Your Honor.
Okay. I think it's 32.
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm ready, Ms. King.
All right. This is case number 22 CR 005237H.
457 what?
5237H.
Este es el caso 22CR005237H.
And this is Fernando Pedraza.
Y este es el señor Fernando Pedraza.
You have to speak. Can't nod your head.
Are you talking to the interpreter, Your Honor?
No, the defendant, he nodded his head. He has to speak.
Señor, usted tiene que hablar, no puede contestarme moviendo la cabeza y hábleme cerca del micrófono, por favor.
Okay.
¿Qué
Give me
fue?
one second, Your Honor. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Your Honor, I apologize.
It's okay. All right, you are Fernando Pedraza.
¿Es usted Fernando Pedraza? Yes.
You're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass
Usted tiene un cargo por allanamiento de morada
with the offense date of August the 4th, 2022.
con fecha del 4 de agosto del 2022.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Fiscal, por favor, puede proceder.
The state is recommending 12 months to serve, 36 days.
Se recomienda 12 meses para servir, 32 días.
Credit for time served, 18 days.
Y tiempo servido, crédito por tiempo servido, 18 días.
Balance suspended.
El resto de la sentencia se suspende
Stay away from incident location.
y debe mantenerse alejado del lugar donde ocurrió el incidente.
At 1000 Holcomb Bridge Road.
En el domicilio de 1000 Holcomb Bridge Road.
The Roswell Creek Apartments.
En los departamentos Roswell Creek Apartments.
Nothing further from the state.
Nada más de parte de la Fiscalía.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Go ahead, Ms.
Your Honor.
Helen.
That's our understanding of the plea.
Ese es lo que entendemos que es el convenio declaratorio.
We accept that plea.
Y la aceptamos.
We stipulate to the factual basis,
Estamos de acuerdo con los hechos fundamentales,
venue and ID.
con la autoridad y la identificación.
Thank you, Judge.
Gracias, señora.
All right, I will accept the plea as stated.
Acepto la declaración como ha sido declarada.
And I'm going to ask you some questions in order to accept your plea.
Le voy a hacer un par de preguntas para yo poder aceptar su declaración.
All right, raise your right hand for me.
Levante su mano derecha, por favor.
Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give
¿Usted declara que la declaración que va a dar
is the truth and nothing but the truth
es la verdad y solo la verdad,
under the penalty of perjury?
bajo pena de perjurio?
Yes or no? Yes.
Señor, ¿jura decir la verdad bajo pena de perjurio?
No lo entendí.
I didn't understand you.
Do you affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
¿Usted jura decir la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Sí.
Yes, I do.
All right. Put your hand down.
¿Puede bajar su mano, señor?
Are you presently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol?
Señor, ¿está usted bajo la influencia en este momento de alguna droga, alcohol o medicamento recetado?
No.
No.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
¿Está usted satisfecho con el servicio y la representación de su abogado o abogada?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving your right to the presumption of innocence?
¿Usted entiende que al declararse culpable, usted renuncia al derecho de que se lo presuma usted inocente? Yes.
Do you understand that you're giving up your right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
¿Entiende que usted renuncia al derecho de guardar silencio y no declarar en contra suyo? ¿Entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that you're waiving and giving up your right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
¿Usted entiende que al declararse culpable renuncia o no va a usar su derecho de ir a juicio ante juez o jurado? ¿Entiende?
Don't touch it.
¿Entiende, señor?
Se cortó el video.
You got cut off.
Oh, do you understand that you're giving up your right to a trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
¿Entiende que al declararse culpable usted renuncia de ir a juicio ante juez o jurado, el que usted elija? Yes.
Has anyone told you that you receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
Aparte de esta oferta de condena que le han dado, ¿hubo alguien más que le dijo que se declarara culpable para así recibir una condena más corta? Yes.
Has anyone well, the question is, has anyone told you receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, interpreter doesn't think he understood you. The interpreter will repeat it. Señor, este es un convenio declaratorio que hicieron con la fiscalía para una sentencia más corta. ¿Hubo otra persona, aparte de la fiscalía, que le ofreció a usted una sentencia más corta, aparte de esta?
No.
No.
Okay. And has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
¿Hay alguien que le haya prometido algo en especial para hacerlo declararse culpable hoy?
No.
No.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea?
Señor, si usted está bajo probatorio, cumpliendo una sentencia de probatoria ahora, ¿entiende que si al declararse culpable, esa sentencia se podría cancelar? Yes.
And do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, your immigration status may be affected because of your guilty plea today?
¿Entiende, señor, que al declararse culpable y si no es usted ciudadano estadounidense, esta acción podría afectar su estado inmigratorio, ¿entiende? Yes, I do.
All right. Do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Señor, ¿está usted declarándose culpable libre y voluntariamente, entendiendo cada uno de los cargos en su contra? Yes.
All right, I will accept your negotiated plea. And I will let you know again what your conditions are.
Yo voy a aceptar este convenio declaratorio y le voy a repasar los puntos de la sentencia.
So 12 months to serve 36 days, credit for time served 18 days.
Son 12 meses de probatoria a servir 36, recibiendo crédito por 18 días.
Balance suspended.
El resto de la sentencia se suspende.
And to stay away from.
Y tiene que estar alejado de
1000 Holcomb Bridge Road in Roswell. I'm sorry, 1000 Holcomb Bridge Road, Roswell Creek Apartments.
Y usted debe mantenerse distanciado de la dirección 1000 Holcomb Bridge Road, Roswell Creek Apartments.
Do not go there.
No puede usted regresar ahí más. Okay.
All right, that will complete this plea.
Esto concluye con esta declaración. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Position 37, Your Honor, here at South Annex, Ms. Thomas.
Your Honor, we finished here in courtroom 2. May we be excused?
Yes, have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, this is case number 20 CR 001148A. This is Deanna Thomas. You're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass, 2nd count of disorderly conduct, both with the offense date of October the 3rd, 2019. State.
Is this going to be a negotiated
Position,
plea?
is it position 20?
37.
37.
Sorry. Is this going to be a negotiated plea?
This is a negotiated plea.
Negotiated plea.
That's correct.
For position 37.
Right, Deanna Thomas.
Deanna Thomas, yes, the state is offering 12 months to serve, 26 days, credit for time served, 18 days, balance suspended, and to stay away from the incident location at 1820 Hollywood Road, the Circle K.
Say that address again.
1820 Hollywood Road, the Circle K.
All right. And Madam Interpreter, I'll break in. Does that conclude your business for today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may be excused. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. All right.
And Judge, that was our understanding of the offer, of which we do agree and do stipulate the factual basis, venue, and ID.
All right. South Annex.
Yes,
Deanna Thomas.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, I have heard the offer and the negotiated plea by counsel, and I will accept that for the plea to criminal trespass and disorderly conduct. How do you plead to those 2 charges?
I plead guilty.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me so I can swear you in? Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. Again, I understand that you're wishing to plead guilty. Are you under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time?
I do take prescription, but it's not gonna.
But it's prescribed to you.
Yeah, it's just prescribed. It's not gonna infuriate with anything that's going on today.
All right, as long as you're not taking anything that's not prescribed, we're good.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
You're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
You're giving up or waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
And are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea today?
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Again, I will accept this plea to criminal trespass and disorderly conduct. The conditions for the sentence are 12 months to serve 26 days, credit for time served 18 days, balance suspended, and your only condition is to stay away from 1820 Hollywood Road at Circle K. Please do not go back there. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zach. I appreciate you.
Yeah, of course. Take care.
Oh,
Thank
all
you.
right. So basically, I have position 1 on the probation calendar.
All right. This is case number 19 CR 004814J. Vanessa Holloman. You're charged with 1 count of cruelty to children in 3rd degree, 2nd count of battery family violence, both with the offense date of May 23rd, 2019. All right, probation, did I swear you in at all? Probation. Ms. Harris, did I swear?
No, Your Honor.
I didn't hear you.
No, ma'am.
Let me do that now. Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth and the penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You put your hand down. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Holloman was sentenced to probation on June the 10th, 2019. As of today, she has failed to report to probation, and that's why a warrant was issued. 10 months and 12 days on probation. She was completing domestic violence classes, and probation's recommendation is to continue her on probation.
Say that last part again, the domestic, say that one more time, the last sentence.
Oh, recommendation is to continue her on probation.
Okay. All right, state.
And Judge, we do, oh, sorry, do you want me to go ahead?
Go ahead, Mr. Finley.
Okay. Yes, Judge, I did speak with Ms. Holloman, and we did review the areas where she has fell short. Obviously, we do agree with probation and want her to just go ahead and continue on probation. I made clear to her that she needs to make sure to complete those conditions in a timely fashion.
And she failed to report Ms. Harris for 10 months and 12 days.
Yes, Your Honor, she has. What was issued back on September the 28th, 2019.
And pre-trial, do we have the history from Ms. Holloman?
Let me pull it up. She got 7 cycles. Probation. 2019 cruelty in the first battery DV arrest. Hold on. Simple battery Nolo. That's from 2017 out of Smyrna. She had a battery DV and a cruelty that was dismissed from 2015 out of DeKalb County. Theft by receiving dead docket, 2010. Shoplifting dead docket, 2009. That's it.
All right. Thank you. I'm a little concerned regarding the history, Ms. Holloman, but I will not revoke you today and give you a chance to continue on probation, but you have to follow the rules and do what probation requires of you. Do you understand that?
I couldn't hear you.
I said I will not revoke you today. I will let you continue on probation, but that's with the understanding and agreement that you will report and do what you are required to do or ordered to do with probation. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay, will you do that?
Yes.
All right. All right, that will conclude the case. I will not revoke her today.
That'll be all for South and Sharonda. May we be excused?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Thank you.
Position number 7, please. Reese Howard. Your Honor,
Yes.
that concludes my business. May I be excused?
Yes, you may. Thank you. All right, what position again? I'm sorry, Deputy.
Position 7.
This is Alan Brown. Case number 19 CR 003855E. You're charged with 1 count of DUI under the influence of alcohol as safe, failure to obey traffic signs, signals, and markings, failure to maintain lane or improper lane change, and failure to obey stop sign. All 4 charges with the offense date of February 21st, 2018. You understand that this is going to be a plea?
Yes, Judge. And I originally had this listed as a non-negotiated plea, but this is negotiated because we have addressed the jail time and fine.
Okay. All right, state?
Yeah, Sharonda, this is gonna be 12 months to serve, 12 months to serve, 38 days, credit for time served, 19 days, balance probated. We requested a 240-hour community service, but we converted the $600 fine into 60-hour community service. So it's going to total a 300-hour community service requirement. A risk reduction, VIP, ADET, and no alcohol, drugs, and weapons. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Finley?
Yes, Judge, that is our understanding of the offer, of which we do agree. And Mr. Brown does understand those conditions that he needs to complete in a timely fashion. I would ask for the probation fees to be waived for Mr. Brown for an extended period of time. Mr. Brown is actually set to undergo brain surgery next week. He has a severe brain injury, which is why he's wearing the helmet. So I would ask, because he's going to be unable to work for a very extended period of time. So I would ask that his probation fees be waived for as long as possible.
All right, I will accept the plea as stated. I will waive the probation fees, all of them. And that will do that. I guess, Mr. Finley, you'll have to keep them updated after the surgery, depending on what his status may be.
Yes.
And I will allow him to be non-reporting after he completes the conditions. All right. Do you stipulate, Mr. Finley?
Yes, yes, I do, Judge.
Okay. All right, Mr. Brown, raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you are Alan Brown, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are pleading guilty to the 4 charges, DUI, failure to obey traffic signs, failure to maintain lane, and failure to obey stop signs. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of any medications, drugs, or alcohol at this time?
No, ma'am.
All right. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
You can put your hand down. I'm sorry. Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
You're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are prepared and agree to waive these rights today, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, the probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here today?
No, ma'am.
Do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And again, the conditions, 12 months to serve 38 days, credit for time served 19 days, balance probated, $600 fine, 300 hours of community service. Nope, take that back, no fine. We're going to have a total of 300 hours of community service. Did I say that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Council, that was no fine, but a total of 300 hours community service, correct?
Correct.
That's our understanding.
All right, risk reduction, the VIP, which is a victim impact panel, ADET, and no drugs, alcohol, or weapons while on probation. You understand that? Your conditions, Mr. Brown?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to waive all of your probation fees. And after you complete your conditions, you'll go to non-reporting.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and hope your surgery goes well.
Thank you. I hope I survive. Thank you.
You will. Good luck to you.
All right, let's have this number 1.
All right.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Day.
Yes, sir. Good luck, Mr. Brown.
And Judge, did we cover position 23? Did Mr. Kirkland come out?
Position
not yet.
1 and 23 is what we holding on.
1 and 23.
I also want to let you know, Judge, I do have that other DV case here still on the line.
I have what now?
I have position 1 on the DV calendar. Ms.
Oh.
Cantrell is still on the line.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Which would the jail like for us to do first?
This is number 1.
Okay, let's do that. And I apologize, Ms. Cantrell, I'm coming. I'm so sorry. It's a long day. I'm trying to do the best I can. So I appreciate your patience, okay?
I don't have.
All right, first, number 1, which is Ronald Ash. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And Judge, he's he's in that same group that they were unable to find yesterday. So I'm gonna have to. It's gonna have to be reset.
All right. So position 1, we will reset to August 30th. Mr. Ash, we're gonna have to reset you to August 30th so that your attorney will have an opportunity to see you and speak with you. Okay?
So I'll be there to see you next Monday, Mr. Ash, and we'll have court that Tuesday, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Mr.
Thank
Finley.
you. I'm sorry?
Yeah, he's at 3 South 117.
All right, 3 South 117. Thank you very much. Thanks for giving me.
As for Mr. Russian, go by also Mr. Russian.
Oh, that's what I think happened. He had an alias.
Oh, okay.
I don't have an alias. I have my real name. That's the only thing I have on the DOC.
I understand, sir. Thank you. Hey, officer?
Yes, sir.
So his name in the computer though for the jail is actually Russian, right?
Correct.
So it's Ronald Russian. Okay.
Would you hear that? All right, thank you for that, Mr. Finley.
I think that covers us, right?
What happened to position 6?
Who was not? What's his name?
Position 6 is a reset. There was a female, and she's going to be reset as well.
Larissa Bridges. Okay.
And I think.
And we're still waiting on 23, position 23.
23.
It was 23.
What about
Mr. Kirkland?
13, Jared, you say?
16.
19. Okay, 13 reset, 9, 6, 22.
All right. And
16 was released.
then,
And what else you said?
and then I also 19.
19. Reset 9, 6, 22.
Oh, and so I can tell the private attorney. So for Kirkland, what was the reset date?
Michael Kirkland,
Yeah,
8:30.
8:30. Okay.
Wait a minute, which?
Oh, no, hold on. No.
Who's Michael Kirkland?
That's 22.
22.
That was Travis Kirkland. He supposed to have a private attorney, right?
Yeah, Michael Kirkland.
But
Yes.
then there's a 23 Kirkland.
Oh, yeah, we didn't do 23.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 22
is 8:30.
is 8:30. We said 8:30 with the private attorney. What about
Okay.
23?
23 is what we're holding at.
We're holding 24.
Hold on. Time
It was released.
Travis Kirkland, number 23.
Yes.
Yep.
He was on the screen. He said, y'all say he had a private attorney.
No, there's 2 Kirklands. They said
There's
between
2. I'm
22
sorry.
had a private attorney.
Because I had him on the screen. Y'all said he had a private attorney.
We didn't realize he was 20. I'm so sorry. We had 2 of them back to back, but different first names. 22 was Michael Kirkland and 23 was Travis Kirkland. He did not say he was Travis.
All right. Be back on in a minute.
All right, thank you.
Yes, can I be excused?
I'm sorry.
Say, can I be excused? I have court at 2 o'clock. I gotta prepare.
Yes, you may. Thank you so much for your time.
And Judge, can we hear the
All right.
DB case for Ms. Cantrell?
Yes. All right, this is add-on 1, Kelly Cantrell. 22 CR 003803H. And I see Ms. Cantrell is on the screen. You can unmute yourself. All right, this is case number 22 CR 003803H. Charges 1 count of battery. The offense date is June the 11th, 2022. State.
Your Honor, did you say state?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, in this case, on June 11th of this year, the defendant battered Miss Catherine Salamanca, spelled Salamanca, by hitting her with a cell phone, scratching her, and pulling her hair, leaving her with scratches on her wrist and bruising behind her ear. The defendant attacked the victim, who was cleaning rooms at the time on the 6th floor of the Hilton Hotel. The attack appeared to be unprovoked, and during the attack, the defendant stating, quote, effing Latino. Your Honor, in this case, the defendant failed to appear July 28th of this year. According to our records, she does not have a criminal history prior to this incident, and she is 48 years old. So we are unaware why she failed to appear that day, but the state does not have an objection to setting this aside based on her history and the one-time FTA.
And Judge, the defense agrees. We will agree to the set aside. Just for Ms. Cantrell, she did try to appear in court. However, she was not provided the Zoom link. She tried to contact her bondsman. She tried to go down to the clerk's office and was not able to retrieve this said Zoom link. But when I spoke to her, I was able to give her the link today, Judge. And as you can see, she's been on the line for the last hour and a half or more, Judge. So I am asking for that bench warrant to set aside, just as the state said, this is her first arrest. And she does take this really serious. And so I do see on the 16th, she updated her address, 791 Barnesville, Georgia, 30204, gave a good number and an email address. I don't believe that any other failure to appear will happen, Judge.
All right. She working?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where do you work?
I work at UPS MI in Morrow, Georgia. I work overnight. I process mail.
How long have you been doing that?
Since December of 21.
All right. All right, I will not revoke you at this time.
Thank you.
Continue on bond with your same conditions.
Yes, ma'am.
And just make sure you understand the rules and come to court.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Judge.
Okay.
And I apologize, judges. Ms. Cantrell, okay, she was excused. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, you all ready to reconcile the calendar?
I'm ready, Judge.
Has everybody left me? There we have one person with me. Let's see. The rest of them have turned off their cameras and they're tired. I get it. There we go. Good. Long day. I know you all had a long Monday, long Tuesday. All right, when you're ready, Ms. Grace.
Okay. Position number 1 is reset 8:30 SAP. Position number 2 and 3 were pleas. Position 4 and 5 were pleas. Position 6, reset 8:30 SAP. Position 7 was a plea. Position 8 was a plea. Position 9, reset 8:30. Position 10 was arraigned, reset jail jury. Position 11 and 12 were pleas. Position 13, reset 9:6 SAP. Position 14, reset 8:30 SAP. Position 15 was a plea. Position 16 was release, reset further notice. Position 17, reset 8:30 SAP. Position 18, reset 8:30 SAP. Position 19, reset 9:6 SAP. Position 20 and 21 were pleas. Position 22, reset 8:30 SAP. We're holding on position 23. Position 24, release, reset further notice. Position 25 and 26 were pleas. Position 27 was a plea. Position 28 was arraigned, reset jail jury. Position 29 was arraigned, reset jail jury. Position 30 and 31 were pleas. Position 32 was a plea. Position 33 was release, reset further notice. Position 34, arraigned, reset jail jury. Position 35, arraigned, reset jail jury. Position 36 and 37 were pleas. Position 38 and 39 were pleas. Position 40 and 41 were pleas. Position 1 on the add-on was a plea.
Did you do the other two or no?
No,
Okay.
these are out, so we don't have to do in the probation.
Okay, gotcha. All right, any questions, concerns, corrections or anything? All right, everybody can go find food or drinks or everything that you might need to get your energy back. Thank you all for hanging.
Fort North is coming on, Your Honor, with position 23. at
Oh,
this
that's
time.
right. Do not, you can't go eat yet.
And it's a negotiated plea, Your Honor?
Good morning. Good
Good
afternoon.
morning. Good afternoon.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I was in here earlier. I was trying to let y'all know that, but
I know we couldn't hear you, and I understand that you didn't probably want to holler at us to tell us. We apologize.
it's okay.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Kirkland.
ma'am.
All right, so you are Travis Kirkland, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Travis
All right.
Terrell, Kirkland Coleman. Yes, ma'am.
Good. 22 CR 0052948. You're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass and damage to property. The offense date is August the 8th, 2022. Understand this is a plea?
Yes, ma'am. My mom.
Oh, wait, Mr. Kirkland.
Hold on.
It's a
hold on.
negotiated plea. She just wants to know that you accept the things that we talked about, right?
Oh, yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What we
All right.
spoke yesterday, right?
One last thing, is his mom on the screen or anything, or he was?
No, ma'am.
No.
I just got
Okay.
off the phone with her.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, State.
The state is recommending time served, 16 days, balance suspended, stay away from incident location, 155 Honeycutt Street in Atlanta.
Excuse me, Mr. Deputy.
Wait, hold on, Mr. Kirkland. If you have any questions or statements, you could talk directly to me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So, yes, Judge, this is a negotiated plea. We do accept this plea on behalf of Mr. Kirkland. We stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kirkland, before I can accept your plea, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions to answer. Let me swear you in. Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You can put your hand down. Are you under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time?
No, ma'am. I take medication though, but
Okay.
no, ma'am.
No,
Right now.
it's prescribed. As long as it's prescribed, it's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you prepared to agree and waive these rights today?
Yes, ma'am. I just have one question.
Nope, not yet. Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, nobody told me nothing.
Okay, has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here today?
I didn't know I was on probation. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I said if you are, if you're not. then-
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
Okay, and do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with a full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so I will accept this negotiated plea to the criminal trespass and damage to property. Really is a time served plea with 16 days credit, balance suspended, and to stay away from that 155 Honeycutt Street in Atlanta. Can you do that?
Ma'am, that's the question. I want to know that I just spoke with my mother, right? And my mother spoke with her mother. That's who the 155 Honeycutt Street, Northwest Atlanta. That's who owned the house. And they basically told me, I don't know if Miss Helen spoke to her, but they basically told me they're gonna need me still on the weekends.
So Judge, so this is the thing, if grandma of 155 Honeycutt Street has said that, she has to appear in court and say that she is accepting him being around that address. So I don't have grandma's contact information. If the state has contacted her and said that that's okay, and she's reached out to them, I just don't have her number for the grandmother of 155 Honeycutt to give me information about that.
But I will stay away if we can't get in contact right now just to get me out of jail. I will stay away. I will stay away. I have no problem.
I think that's the wisest thing you said. You need to do that. The state is looking, I think, but I don't believe that we have that information or any contact. If she needs to contact your attorney, Ms. Helen, later, then she can do that, or you can give her Ms. Helen's number and she can try to contact her. But as of right now, so that you don't end up back here in the Fulton County Jail, do not go over there, do not go to that address on Honeycutt. No matter what someone tells you, you're going to be under an order that will tell you to stay away and not go.
Yes, ma'am.
That.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Mr. Dudley. I appreciate you, Miss Helen.
You're welcome, Mr. Kirk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that should do it now, right?
I guess we'll let you go. That'll do it. Thank you, Deputy. Appreciate you.
I'll take care.
Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you. All right, everyone. Now you can go find some lunch.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, everyone. Take care. Have a good afternoon.
All right,
Thank you, Your Honor, you too.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you.